there to draft a set of 29 principles. The Yogyakarta principles would, they hoped, furnish a philosophical template for global policymakers in all matters pertaining to gender identity and the rights that would flow from it. They succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. Revolutions, as all conservatives know, tend to eat their children, and Yogyakarta was where traditional feminism got eaten. The word woman was not even included in the principles. One Yogyakarta participant, a human rights professor, later admitted that if he had known what the consequences would be for women, he would never have signed on to the principles. Principle 3 out of the 29 was critical in establishing the trans women are women meme that became the cornerstone for our current predicament. Principle 3 states that everyone's sexual orientation and gender identity is, quote, integral to their personality and a basic aspect of self-determination, dignity, and freedom. Therefore, this is crucial, no one shall be forced to undergo medical procedures, including sex reassignment surgery, sterilization, or hormonal therapy, as a requirement for legal recognition of their gender. In other words, recognition of gender identity, social, culturally, and legally, must depend solely on the basis of self-identification. It's an honor system, and imposters are free to exploit it. It is thanks to Principle 3 that male-bodied rapists are permitted to transfer to women's prisons on the basis of a simple self-declaration. It's thanks to Principle 3 that male-bodied swimmers at a YMCA pool have the right to use the girls' and women's changing rooms or to serve as counselors at rape crisis shelters. And it's thanks to Principle 3 that male-bodied athletes are permitted to compete against women in sport. Sport is my special niche as a writer. The principle of a level playing field in sport is universally respected, and the unfairness of males competing against women is self-evident. The many advantages conferred on boys during puberty, making them faster, stronger, and more powerful, are well documented. Our own eyes do not deceive us. The hypocrisy and misogyny of policies that privilege inclusion over fairness offend my intellect and sense of justice, and I'm sure yours too. High-performance coach Linda Blade and I co-wrote a book on this subject. Here it is. Published in 2021, called Unsporting: How Trans Activism and Science Denial Are Destroying Sport. The subtitle says it all. Activism and science denial are at the heart of this cult. We call this cult gender mysticism because you would have to be something of a mystic to believe, for one real-life example, that a male track and field athlete can be ranked 390th in the men's division and then a year later rank first in the women's division and put the disparity down to the athlete's explanation of mental determination. The belief that hormones and lipstick can literally change a male into a female is something nobody in his or her right mind can believe or willingly affirm. That so many people do say so with a straight face is a sign that gender mysticism has triumphed over reason. True believers drink this poisoned Kool-Aid, but only their critical faculties die. Their zombified bodies live on to become pedagogues and writers of sex ed curricular and therapists and social workers and CBC producers and institutional gender equity officers, or leaders of LGBTQ advocacy groups that advise government agencies and sport associations. In September in the U.S., the Biden administration announced a proposed change to Title IX, which will completely overturn that regulation's core purpose of ensuring women's educational opportunities achieve parity with men's. Before, under Title IX, for example, women athletes would feel very comfortable reporting that they do not feel safe in a changing room if males are present. Now, with womanhood redefined to include males who identify as women, such reporting may be seen as sexual harassment of the trans woman by the woman. We can't say we weren't warned. In 2016, then psychology professor at U of T, Jordan Peterson, posted a series of videos in response to Bill C-16, which would prohibit discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act on the basis of gender expression and identity. Under that rubric, trans people acquired a brand new human right to be addressed by the pronouns of their choice or even their own invention. This was something new in our history, compelled speech as a human right in interactions between citizens. Peterson told the BBC at the time, "I've studied authoritarianism for a very long time, for 40 years, and they are started by people who attempt to control the ideological and linguistic territory." Peterson warned that someday people might go to jail for refusal to use the demanded pronouns. The media mocked him for his paranoia, but he wasn't wrong in principle. Evolutionary biologists have been compelled to leave their field if they deny that sex is fluid, and if they insist the truth that there are only two sexes, because all academic disciplines, including the sciences, have been completely corrupted by ideology. Workers in many companies feel compelled to attach their own pronouns to emails and other documents as a matter of course, or suffer workplace hostility. People have been sent to social media gulags and even lost their jobs for refusing to refer to someone as they. The pronouns were never about the pronouns. They were, as Peterson noted, an assertion of power in the form of compelled speech, and the speech, once out of our mouths, was received as assent to the ideology behind it. The way was paved for the often harmful legislation that depends on muddy thinking for general acceptance. In this case, the interchangeability of the words sex and gender, even though they have radically different meanings. The legal consequences of this are changes, for example, to birth certificates to reflect someone's adult gender rather than their birth sex. That, in turn, means a change to, for example, to crime data archives, and worse. A few years ago, a rape victim in an English court was castigated by a judge because she referred to her biologically male rapist, who self-ID'd as a woman, as he, and so, on pain of being cited for contempt of court, the victim was forced to give testimony about the woman who had raped her, describing what she did. Trans women are males who identify as women. If we had stuck with that definition, instead of acquiescing to the absurd mantra, trans women are women, we would not be saying menstruators or women with penises or pregnant people and all the horrible other tropes that are erasing women's existence. Calling upon universities, social media, and medical or bar or sport associations to embrace viewpoint diversity is a waste of time. Having entrenched themselves in massive, powerful bureaucracies, these zealots will not willingly relax their grip on bureaucratic choke points. Why would they? On a more positive note, I do think we have reached peak trans in terms of the public's willingness to submit to these constantly moving goalposts in terms of rights. So, for example, the National Post, where I write, used to discourage me from writing negatively about trans activists. Now they are open to it and are even inviting guest submissions on the topic. Elon Musk is a strange and unpredictable guy, but it's good news that he bought Twitter because he is a proponent of the freest possible speech. Twitter openly used to suspend users who protested the trans activist agenda because, like all the other social media platforms, it skewed left in its bias. But most encouragingly, on the front of children's rights, England Finland, and Sweden have reversed their formerly aggressive gender-affirming policies in their clinics, and they have curtailed drugs and surgery on underage children. That must happen here too, and I am sure it will. It's no coincidence that feminism and its queer offshoot spawned the 20th century's three most inflammatory social debates: abortion, gay marriage, and the degendering of biology. It's also no coincidence that all three are marked by cultural ennobling of actions and behaviors or chemically altered states in which fertility is thwarted. Is it any wonder then that so many essays and books over the last 7 decades have been titled Suicide of the West? Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Our friend Ron Voss, whenever I say unbelievable, Ron will say, no, I used to say unbelievable, but all this stuff is believable now, sadly. Like, what a what a believable story, which I wish it were unbelievable. But do we have any questions for Barbara, or do we have any... I'm at a loss for words. It's horrifying, isn't it? But anyway, thank you very much. I think, Ron Voss has a believable question. Andrew Lawton's first. Go ahead, Andrew. Just a sec, we got to get the mic on. You know Andrew Lawton, I'm sure. He's going to ask a question as soon as we get the mic working.
Often I don't need a mic, but I don't know if even my projection can make it to Montreal. So
there we are.
Thank you very much, and great job, Barbara. I wanted to ask about your sense of the parents. Do you find that the parents that have children that are motivated to go through that gender-affirming process, are they ideologues, or do you find that they're as well victims of teachers, social workers, doctors that are putting the parents into a situation that they don't really know what to deal with?
Yes, thanks. Good question. And I would say that parents might be divided up into a few different groups. Some parents who have been affected, whose children, have gotten into this pipeline, are devastated. They're sick at heart, but they're confused as to what they should do. They do believe the teachers and therapists who say, you must affirm, this is something, your child is telling you something very important, and if you don't affirm, you could put this child at risk for suicide. Like, they really lay on guilt trips, and those parents feel very paralyzed. They feel something is, not right, but they're unaware of the kind of theory behind it. This is all new to them, and they trust that the teachers and therapists know what they're doing, but so they feel that they have to follow along, and besides, if they voice some kind of dissent, they might be labeled transphobic, and in fact, if they register serious dissent, they might even have child services involved, as that they're considered abusive parents. The parents are really very powerless to a certain extent. When a parent does become proactive, I don't know if any of you heard about this case, Pamela Buffoni and her husband. Their daughter, 6 years old, at the age of 6, was in a class where the teacher, off curriculum, because it was not on the curriculum, was sort of indoctrinating the kids in this gender stuff, and was saying things like, there's no such thing as boys and girls, boys can be girls and girls can be boys. She was so distressed about this that she told her parents about it, and they were horrified, and she was so this distress kept going, like she was brooding about it, very anxious. Anyways, they went to the school, complained. The teacher admitted that she should not have said that particular thing, but she said children do have to learn about gender theory, because that's in the curriculum now, and it's an important new, and the principal backed her up, and the superintendent of schools backed her up. She took this as a human rights case to the Human Rights Tribunal she lost, but we knew she would. But the fact is, I asked her, I said, look, weren't there any other kids in the class, parents, that once they were aware of these teachings were upset about it? She says, yes, privately, they told me they were very upset, but they would not speak up at board meetings, they would not speak up because they were terrified of being called transphobic or of being told they were bad parents or whatever. So I think most parents don't really get it. They're not informed. They're not well informed. And the very few that are having trouble making headway because the school boards are completely on board, just like they are with critical race theory. They are totally on board, and they've been infiltrated by political actors who they have no interest in education, traditional education at all. They are only interested in pushing these movements. So I hope that sort of answers a bit of your question.
I think it does. Thank you, Barbara. Ron?
Yeah, I think you sort of answered my question I was going to ask, but you mentioned such insanity, a cult, not something in his right mind can believe. Is our entire society insane? Why does this prevail? Why does it continue when it's all insane?
That's a question I ask myself on a daily basis. I ask myself how people can look at a 6'4" biological male at a swimming pool with women that don't even come up to his shoulder, and he identifies as a woman, and he's setting records, I mean, the Leah Thomas case, very famous, and I ask myself, how can people watching this acquiesce to it? The girls, the women were crying in the locker room. Like, to me, it is such a crime against. And by the way, it's only a problem for girls and women because no woman who identifies as a man is going to be a threat to a male athlete or to any male athlete or to any male anywhere. She's not going to be a threat. But a kind of insanity has gripped us, and I now understand. I really do understand now, and I didn't before in a visceral way, how entire societies can fall into. I now understand what happened in Soviet Russia. I often said to myself, who would buy all this crap that they're selling? And I read 1984 in disbelief, and now I understand how it happens is that a few brazen people, they get hold of, students in the academy, and nobody stops them, and then these indoctrinated students, they take it seriously and they become activists. They go out of the academy and they become teachers, or and then you have, they infiltrate positions where they are in a position to indoctrinate others. I see how it happens, and it is a kind of insanity, but then so was communism, but it had people in its grip for how many years? And they were telling people stuff that made no sense, that was equally insane. But the party was always right. So I feel that we are in a state in which there's a kind of velvet totalitarianism at work in our institutions and in our at a government level. 100%. There are the ministers at Sport Canada. The Sport Canada people are not. They're actually quite rational, but the minister at the sport level is totally on board with all of this stuff. So it's very hard, even for rational people in the bureaucracy, to make any headway if the cabinet, if their ultimate political authorities over them have drunk the Kool-Aid. So I wish I had an answer that made sense, but I don't really. It happens. They seize control, and people are passive. Canadians happen to be very passive. By the way, there's a lot going on in the United States of parents who are no longer passive. In Florida, Governor DeSantis stopped all this stuff, this gender ideology in schools. He stopped this transitioning stuff with drugs and and surgery, and it's a wildly popular initiative. But we're not like that. We're timid and we're passive, and we want to be nice. And that's how all this started. It was introduced as, let's have compassion for people with gender dysphoria. Be nice to them. Oh, they want, what's the difference if you call them they? What's the difference if this boy wants to be called she? And be nice to people, don't bully them. And that's how it started. Then we all got sucked into, so we said trans women are women? Great. Well, now we're putting that into the legislation, that trans women are women, literally, therefore, all these rights have to follow. We're lambs, we really are. My
friend Alan calls that well-intentioned but ill-advised. We started out with the best of intentions, but it turned out to be not very good advice. But we have two more questions. Paul Himman, go ahead.
Thanks very much for the work that you do, and Jordan Peterson, and trying to bring this to light. It's discouraging. A long time ago, I was given a book by James Allen, As a Man Thinketh. That's politically incorrect now, should be As a Person Thinketh, I guess. But that was an eye-opener for me. And again, in Proverbs it talks, as one thinks you become. But my question for you, to a group of people like us, what steps do we take to try and stop this, or to walk it back? What's your recommendations and all the work that you're doing?
Well, my recommendation is first to get educated on the subject, but also I can see where the areas where people have to get active in a political way. Let me give you the names of a few organizations that I tell parents that are frustrated. They have to not be alone. They have to be with other people and realize that there's strength in numbers. So, for example, there is an organization called kidsfirstcanada.org. That's a good one to be aware of and to get educated. There's one called Parents as First Educators, PAFE, Parents as First Educators, and that's a strong group. And the one I like very much is the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, FAIR, FAIR, Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. And I would recommend to bookmark in your browser a website called Gender Report Canada. Gender Report Canada. I think it's genderreport.ca, but I'm not sure. But anyways, which was started by this mother who lost her battle at the human rights, but she was so upset by what happened to her daughter that she got into this, and her website is just great for giving you all the information and all the connections to all the groups and everything else, and it's such a cogent, well laid out. So I recommend that to get yourself educated. And I do think that I think the great battle has to be in two places. One is health units, doctors, therapists have to be allowed to, do the work that they're supposed to do, examining the whole child. But right now, the biggest thing that people can do politically is get engaged in school board elections. That's where all these activists are plunking themselves, and they have control of children's curricula. And in both critical race theory and in radical gender ideology, that's where the action is. So, if you want to become politically engaged, back candidates who support, reversing these kinds of radical theories in school.
Thanks, Barbara. The other thing that we can do, and Michelle, I'll get to you in a second, but I just want to tell you the story about something that happened to our group. It's a couple of years ago now, but we were having a conference and John Carpay was speaking at it. And on the Sunday before the conference, I got a call from CBC Calgary, which always sort of makes your life might come to an end sometime soon. Hackles go up. But in any event, the young lady was very polite, and she said, "I understand John Carpay is going to be speaking at your conference next weekend." And she said, "Yes." I said, "Yes, he is." And she said, "Well, do you understand that it's sometime in the not too distant past he'd said something inappropriate about gay pride flag or whatever. And I said,
Rainbow flag.
the rainbow
Yes.
flag. And I said, yes, I understand. He said that. I said, he understand that he apologized for it. She said, well, is he still going to be speaking? And I said, well, if every friend of mine who had ever said anything inappropriate wasn't allowed to speak at our conferences, we wouldn't have anybody speaking at our conferences. So, of course, he's going to get to speak at our conference. And she actually reported it reasonably fairly. And that was on a Sunday at 6 o'clock in the morning. Danielle Smith's producer called and said, look, this, gay professor from the University of Alberta, I can't remember his name now, he's complaining that I'm having John Carpay on my show today, and he's complaining that you're having him speak at your conference. Would you like to come on and, debate him at 9 o'clock? And I said, well, I'm pretty good on agricultural policy, but I don't much about this city stuff. I said, how about if, like I said, I'll come if John Robson can't, but I said, let me phone John and see if he can be there. So anyway, John called in, he and this professor, got to say their, to and fro. And when it was over, Danielle said, she'd said, okay, I want everybody who's watching, I want you to, text me if you think I should I should be having John on the show, and you text me if you think I should be reporting about the upcoming economic conference. Well, at the end of it, she said, I've had 164 people text me, 2 people are against me doing it, 162 people are in favor of it, so that's where we're at. Well, that was fine. Well, that was on a Monday morning. At Wednesday at about 10:30, the manager we were at the Port of Call that day, called and said, oh, hi, Danny, I'm just a little bit concerned. We've had some complaints about one of your speakers, and we're wondering if we really, if we need the controversy, and we don't want to get any trouble for our hotel. So I told her what I've just told you, 162 to 2, and said, oh, well, that's fine, it'll be all right, you know what I mean? But the point is, had we said, well, no, we won't let him come, we would have never known that it was 162 to 2. And I think a lot of these difficulties we're having now, it was probably 162 to 2 in the room, but nobody spoke up. So the 2 people who spoke up got it to go their way, and now we're in the mess that we see we're in. So a lot of this is just to, like you say, push back, talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors. Don't let them do it to you without having some input. And you're certainly right. Ron DeSantis has certainly, started the pushback, hasn't he?
He has, and I think that when people do speak up at school boards and they won't be shouted down, they often do get support in the room because it gives other people courage. But the cancel culture, the way it works, and especially because of social media, is people get very terrified even when there's 1 or 2. Like if they see a tweet that people back down so quickly.
I know.
And they just don't want the aggravation, and corporations are in on this too. I remember a couple of years ago, I had to leave the National Post for a few months because they kind of got very. What happens is the younger people on staff are very woke, and they think it's their job to be missionaries, and they don't have any sense that it's inappropriate for them to tell their superiors, their employers, who they should be allowing to write or what they should be allowed. They have a very strong sense of themselves having this moral authority to decide who's allowed and who's not. And they have very little respect for the principle of freedom of speech. And so even the editors at the National Post were like, whoa, like they were a little nervous about the blowback they were getting from within their own publication. And I left because I kept getting my columns spiked.
Yeah.
And they weren't bad columns, they were controversial.
Yes.
So when I did leave, it sparked a discussion at the Post, and anyways, yada yada, after a few months, I came back because they reversed this policy of allowing staff to be telling them what their editorial policy was going to be, and it got a lot better real fast. But still, everybody's very cautious because these things can mushroom. This cancellation fever can mushroom very quickly, and people get mobbed, and then once someone's been mobbed and identified as kind of, an enemy of the state because they're transphobic or they're homophobic or they're this phobic or that, racist, whatever, it's amazing how their friends drop them very quickly because they don't want to be tarred with the same. This is how it is in authoritarian societies.
I know, yeah. Fair enough. Michelle has a question, then we'll go ahead, Michelle, and then Gail, yeah.
Hi, that was a very interesting talk, Barbara. I'm wondering if the UNPRI, the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment, has anything to do with this, because they have been pushing ESG parameters, and the UNPRI is the body that holds all the pension funds, say, of all the universities, all the medical profession, all the teachers' funds. They're all held by that group, and they're pushing ESG, environment, social governance issues, and within that is DIE, diversity, inclusion, and equality. So maybe it's actually in the finance back end that's pushing this into society.
Well, I've never heard that theory before. It sounds interesting. I mean, from what I can see, they don't need any encouragement on the financial end because everybody seems very keen in the administrations of universities and all these other institutions. The people that are in the administration are the keenest of all. They are very happy about this DEI and they're missionaries themselves. Corporations go along with it because they don't want to be on. They've got pride flags all over banks and pride flags here and pride flags. It's Pride Month like all year round now. Because they want to be known as, as you say, good corporate, ESG, same with climate, same with everything else. So they don't want to, speaking of Florida, by the way, you may remember that Disney got all woke, and they started to have these policies about, gender stuff, and Governor DeSantis said, hey, how would you like to have your tax preferences, the special tax perks revoked? It's not up to you to tell people who come to Disney World what they can think and what they can't think about. So they didn't back down, but it has had repercussions for them. But it shows you that if governments that are not woke are prepared to do something about corporations that enter into complicit with these very undemocratic silencing and suppressing of speech or of compelled speech, and compelling, like university students, they come in and the first thing that happens to them in their orientation is they're sat down by these diversity and equity officers. There used to be one, and now there's like 100 per university, and they take these students through these exercises, implicit bias, and everybody has to stand up and announce their sexuality and their gender and their this and their that. This is very intrusive, it's very invasive, it's like you're not allowed to have any private thought or any private life of your own that this administration, you're paying to go there, and they're telling you what you have to divulge and the way you have to think about certain, if you say, I prefer not to tell them, oh yeah, what are your pronouns? And if you say, I prefer not to say, that you won't be happy because you will be hounded and harassed. So everybody sort of falls into line because it seems like a small price to pay for peace. Well,
Yeah, you're right, Barbara. And like, we fell in line when they were trying to take away our carbon. Now they're abusing our children. I think we've tried to get along far too long. It's time to fight back. And I think we've got a 75-pound fighter backer that wants to ask a question. So go ahead, Gail.
Hi, Barbara.
hi.
I could form a question, I guess, but really what I want to say is I want to speak out. There's a young man here in the city of Red Deer who caught wind of drag queens reading in the library during Children's Hour. 2 weeks ago, he rented a room in the library so that he could read in the Children's Hour. It was so successful, he's doing it again in December in a much larger room. He has such passion for what is happening in our community to our children. And I want to add to that City Council supports drag queens reading to children in the Red Deer Public Library. As far as wokeism, I was here at an event a month and a half or so ago, and I sat beside a young university student at lunchtime, and I used the word groom, just as I was grooming someone for a job, and he went, "I am horribly, horribly offended by your word." And I went, "What?" Well, you know, on the outside, I looked older, but inside I feel pretty young. And I know this word, and I know it well. And I said to him, "I think I'm offended by you being offended." Yeah, so I'm going to use that word, that I'm going to groom someone, maybe somebody to run for council that will stop this idiocy. And in the meantime, perhaps you'd look up that word that you're so offended by. The further to that is, I related that story to my granddaughters, thinking they're going to say, "Oh, way to go, Grandma." The youngest, who is going to be 19 this month, said, "Grandma, you didn't do that." Yeah, I did. So, you know what? It is speak out and speak up. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much. I agree with you, yes.
Barbara,
Good inspiration.
we'll just wait to see if we've got about 2 more minutes. We'll wait to see have you got a question? Yes, we do, yeah.
Just a comment, I guess, is some of this stuff being cooked up in places like the Tavistock Institute, which I understand is a think tank on how to destroy civilizations?
It's not a Tavistock. If you're referring to the Tavistock Clinic in England, that is the premier. It's a hospital with a section for gender identity disorder, and it was the premier one in England. And recently there was a review of its performance. There have been many whistleblowers that have exposed the rush to affirm, the rush to transition, the over-medicalization of children, and that, it was called the CAS review, and it recommended shutting down the Tavistock because their methods are unprofessional, and they've been rushing children into, they're not a think tank. It is maybe there is a think tank component to it, but their gender unit was recently shut down, and that was a huge win. And it's going to be decentralized into, smaller units all over the country, but many recommendations, and one of them is to stop medicalizing children. That puberty blockers have no long-term studies. We don't know enough about them, and as well as Finland and Sweden, same thing. We haven't done that yet. Our gender clinics across the country all follow exactly the model that was just shut down in England for being overzealous and possibly abusive, and has opened itself to lawsuits. And by the way, that's what's going to end all this nonsense, is when enough lawsuits happen and they start winning for children who they are too young to give informed consent to medicalization and its consequences. It is child abuse, and all we need is 1 or 2 big payouts from gender clinics, and you'll see a lot more caution in them. But if there's another Tavistock, I don't know about it, if that's a lot.
It's been a while since I've looked into it, but I understand that this outfit is called the Tavistock Institute, and I understood it was in the U.S.
Oh, in the U.S., I'm sorry, I thought you were referring to the only Tavistock I know is the one in England. But it is an important institution because of the recent decision that was made there to shut down their gender unit.
I haven't heard about the one in the U.S. either. I'm certainly familiar with the one you're talking about in England, and I think it's good news that things are starting to swing back in the right direction. And I think I'll just close this session with one quick story. It's a grandchildren's story. We have 8 of them, but our youngest was 5, and we were campaigning in a by-election in Fort McMurray in the winter. And so anyway, that he came with us. His brothers were playing hockey. So our daughter said, "Well, can you keep the young fellow?" And we said, "We can keep him, but we're taking him campaigning with us." So the next week at play school, they are at whatever it's called, preschool or whatever, they have that storytelling. So anyway, he was telling the teacher, he said, "Last week I went with my grandparents and we were handing out political papers in, Lac La Biche, as it turned out." And the teacher said, "Oh, who are you campaigning for?" He said, "I think Donald Trump." And so we didn't win the by-election. Maybe our message wasn't as clear as it should be, but I mean, we got some kids are getting the story right. So anyway, Barbara, we've been thrilled. The only way our afternoon could have been better is if you'd have been here in the room with us, so we could have shook hands with you and give you a hug, but maybe we'll do that the next time we see you, okay?
I hope so. Thanks. It was a real pleasure to be with you all, and have a wonderful rest of your conference and a great dinner, and
Thank you.
that I wish I could be with everybody.
Yeah, for dinner too, exactly, and wine. We're going to have wine later too, okay. Give her a warm round of applause, and thank you, Barbara, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Barbara. We'll take a 15-minute break, and then we'll get back to, well, actually, Brian Hildebrand isn't here, but Michael Wagner's going to walk us through his life of writing books. So 15 minutes and 3 o'clock, Michael will be up here talking. Thank you. There we are. Well, what an interesting title for your speech, Michael. Big things start small. First I wrote one book, and then I wrote another book, and then I wrote another one, and then I wrote some more. Michael Wagner, our homegrown author. Come on up, Michael, and tell us about all the books you've written. So, welcome.
Thank you, Danny. I thank you for this opportunity to talk about the books that I have here. First, I'd like to mention that there's some other people selling books here as well. Jeff Willerton is selling a book there, Fix Canada, you might be interested in. And Andrew Lawton is selling his book on the Freedom Convoy, which I understand is a bestseller. So those other books are also available there, so you might want to consider those. Now, the ones that I'm selling, I'll just show you 4 in particular that are most relevant for the theme today. The first is called Standing on Guard for Thee, the Past, Present, and Future of Canada's Christian Right. This is basically a history of Canada's pro-family movement. Like, it essentially begins with the legalization of abortion by Pierre Trudeau in 1969, and it goes to the legalization of same-sex marriage in 2005. It's talking about the same kinds of issues that some of the other speakers have mentioned earlier, like in terms of Canadian history, what the issues were and who fought against them. So there's 3 main leaders in here that I talk about, and some of them you might be familiar with. Like, first there was Ken Campbell, was a Baptist evangelist in the 1970s, and he was kind of the first leader of Christian political activism in Canada opposing these left-wing changes. A second would be Ted Byfield with his Alberta Report magazine. He was the main media voice for pro-family issues in Canada through this period. And there was also Gwen Landalt, who is most famously associated with Real Women of Canada. You know her story too. She was a leader of the pro-family movement. So if you want to know about the history of the pro-family movement in Canada during that period of time, that's what this book is about. And I'll just point out too, it has endorsements from Link Byfield. Link Byfield had read it and endorsed it. Also Gwen Landalt, who I mentioned, and John Carpay, who I understand is speaking here later. They all wrote endorsements for this book. The second one I'd like to mention is Leaving God Behind, the Charter of Rights in Canada's official rejection of Christianity. Now, every country is built on a particular philosophical foundation. There's no exceptions to that. And Canada's original philosophical foundation was, generally speaking, Christianity. And you can see that in the laws and policies of the time, which, as I show in here, that changed when Pierre Trudeau's Charter of Rights and Freedoms was adopted in 1982. Trudeau, he first proposed the charter when he was Justice Minister in 1968. The Ministry of Justice published his book promoting the charter in 1968, and it was debated from 1968 until the early 80s. And so when you read those debates, like various law professors and political scientists, they said, well, if we adopt Trudeau's Charter of Rights, it's going to fundamentally change the country. They said that throughout the 70s and in the debates in the early 80s. You might remember Manitoba Premier Sterling Lyon was the single strongest opponent of the Charter of Rights. He pointed out that already before the Charter was adopted, Canada was already one of the most freest and successful countries in the history of the world before the Charter. Why do we want to fix something that's not broken? Anyway, we adopted the Charter of Rights, and it fundamentally changed Canada, and one of the main things it did was to uproot any public expressions of Christianity, such as the Lord's Day Act, the teaching of any Christian material in public schools, and saying of prayers in public schools, and it also upended Canada's definition of marriage, which was an explicitly Christian definition of marriage, until that was overturned by the Ontario Court of Appeal in 2003. Anyway, so that book is about how the Charter of Rights changed Canada from a essentially Christian basic country, a country with a Christian basis, to a non-Christian basis. Third, I have here True Right, Genuine Conservative Leaders of Western Canada. So this book is actually, there's 2 sections to this book. The first is brief biographies of major conservative leaders from Western Canada, like Ernest Manning, Premier Ernest Manning from Alberta, Premier Van der Zalm from BC, Ross Thatcher, Premier in Saskatchewan, and Sterling Lyon, who I already mentioned, people like that who were major conservative leaders in Western Canada. That's the first part of the book. The second part of the book is about Ted and Link Byfield, the publishers and the founders of Alberta Report magazine. Through their magazine, they articulated a particular conservative philosophy that entailed, free enterprise economics, traditional morality, and defense of the interests of Western Canada. So I call that Byfield conservatism, and so it's showing from their writings a genuine and indigenous Western Canadian conservative philosophy. Finally, I've got one more book here to mention, A Christian Citizenship Guide, the 2nd edition, Christianity and Canadian Political Life. Like, this 2nd edition just came out in October. I wrote the 1st edition myself many years ago, And a constitutional lawyer in Ottawa named Andre Schouten has recently updated it, so I'm a co-author of the new edition. It explains Canada's political system from a Christian perspective. So it explains, the Canada's structure of government, the executive, legislature, and judicial. It talks about the Charter of Rights. So it's basically an introduction to Canadian political life from a Christian perspective. That's the main purpose of it. The secondary purpose is it's going to be used in some Christian schools in Canada, like for high schools, to explain Canada's political system for high school students, the very basics from scratch, but from a Christian worldview. Anyway, those are the 4 books that I'm selling here. I'm also selling 2 books about Alberta independence, but I won't talk about those right now. But I very much appreciate the opportunity to introduce you to these books. And like as mentioned, Jeff and Andrew also have their books there. So if you're interested in any of these, please come over and take a look. And thank you very much, Danny, for this opportunity.
Michael, your two books about Western independence. You should have said, and you did. You gave Jeff a nice pitch for his book, Fix Canada, and you should have said, "Well, I've got 2 books on how to fix Canada. It's Western independence." But in any event, I'll let everybody help yourself with some books. I figured out if I had to bring my notes with me, but I think, I got it here. There's 39 shopping days till Christmas, just so you know. So if you've got, what do you buy for the friend in your family who has everything? Buy them a selection of books to read. And so we've got, well, thank you very much, Michael. We've got a couple of minutes. Well, there's Grant. Grant Kleiber was asked a question here a minute ago, but yesterday he sent me a note about Isaiah's job, and I guess this evening we're gonna drink some wine and we'll have public discussion in 916. But be sure you corner Grant and ask him about Isaiah's job, which from reading through it yesterday, the article that he sent me, he talked about the remnants, which were just a very few people who were actually spreading the word and how discouraged they were at times. But quite frankly, I guess we're the modern day remnants, which are just a few people trying to get the word out. And I guess we'll see how it works out for all of us. But anyway, feel free to corner Grant in the hospitality suite tonight and talk to him about that. So how far away are we from getting John Carpay? 10 minutes. Is John in yet, or is he ready to go, or should we? Okay, well, that's fine. Paul said, when were you going to tell me that I was speaking before supper? And I said, well, when I went to the microphone and said it's Paul's turn to speak. I always think Paul does some of his best work off the cuff anyway, so I thought it would save him having to worry about it. So I was just going to give him a little bit of notice. So anyway, I'm trying to think of, I've got 1,001 stories, but John's better at them, remembering them off. What's that? Okay, pardon me? Oh, is John ready? Oh, John's ready. John, you could come up and tell a story. Sure, exactly. We haven't heard from you for a while. It's got to be a Coolidge story, though. I don't want to put pressure on you. Oh, it's going to be a Reagan story. Okay.
Again, it's a funny thing about politics that it doesn't seem terribly conducive to a sense of humor, though perhaps it is compared to left-wing activism. But I think you may know the story. After Reagan was shot, he told his wife, "Honey, I forgot to duck," which was actually a line from a movie. So that was quite a complicated joke, not quite as good as Caesar's line to Brutus when being stabbed, which was a bilingual pun. There's also, then when they got him into the operating room and they're just lowering the mask, and he was actually very, very badly wounded, right? And he looked at the doctors and said, "Tell me you're not all Democrats." And I find it hard to imagine most presidents getting off that line, or our prime ministers. But there's another story about Reagan. After he survived the operation, I guess they weren't all Democrats, he was in his room and someone came in and found him out of bed cleaning up blood in the sink. And they're like, "Good heavens, man, you're elderly, you've got a serious bullet wound. Why, you're the president of the United States. What are you doing?" And Reagan said, "Well, I was afraid that if someone came in and found this mess, the nurse would get in trouble, and I didn't want her to." And that was not something he was doing for the cameras. That was just really who Ronald Reagan was. Though Bill Buckley told the story, but I think the first time he was introducing Reagan to speak, and as you know, Reagan used to be a liberal Democrat, right? And he was, among other things, the only union president ever to be president of the United States, but he was switching around. So they come to this venue, and everything is all set up except that the control room is locked, so they can't get the sound and the lights and everything on. And they're on the second floor. And Reagan says, oh, that's not a problem. Goes to the window, opens it, climbs out onto the ledge, shimmies over to the next window, pries it open, goes in, unlocks the door, comes out and says, we can proceed. And that, I think, is another quite extraordinary kind of, the sense of what kind of person he was. And he was also, when he was signing pictures of himself with Bonzo, because his Hollywood career, and he was once a big box office draw, but of course, eventually people realized he was ludicrous, and so he's starring with a monkey, and he's signing pictures and telling people, I'm the one with the watch. And then when someone asked him when he was elected governor of California what kind of governor he'd be, and he said, well, I don't know, I never played a governor. But at the same time, then he was challenged, saying, well, you become president of the United States and you're an actor, right? And this is sort of a bad sign for our politics. And Reagan said, well, look, remember, if I had been a good actor, I'd still be in Hollywood. But he had this genuine wit. At one point, when he was governor of California, he was making his way through a crowd of protesters, and some hairy spectacle waved a sign at him saying, we are the future. And Reagan grabbed a pen and scribbled on a piece of paper, I'll sell my bonds. And there was a whole lot of that was just going on spontaneously with him. And there was another story where he was leaving the office as governor, Friday, 5 o'clock, and all the aides are still hunched over in their little cubicles. And Reagan says, guys, go home to your families. And well, Governor, there's all this paperwork, there's all this stuff. And Reagan said, it'll still be here Monday, for heaven's sakes. Go home to your wives and children. And he once, apparently, as president, arrived in the office and said, I'm sorry, I couldn't read my briefing papers. The Sound of Music was on last night. And I just wonder why we don't have more such people in positions of authority. So Reagan, he was a thoughtful man. He's also the only person who ever had an American president who had a degree in economics. Hollywood invented a left-wing Democrat who had a Nobel Prize in economics, but the truth is we've got the only one, and it was Reagan. It just makes life worse for everybody. But Reagan was a very real human being, and I think it's an underestimated quality in politics, that they're so rehearsed. And the more rehearsed they get, the more we hate them. And if we could just get people who'd get up there and be themselves. I think people have won elections by being themselves even when we didn't like them. Because we just thought, oh, thank goodness, we're at least seeing a real human being up there. So there's a lot that could be done better in politics by being done more naturally and being done with a slightly better sense of humor. I'm trying to think of all the other great comedians who ever occupied the White House. And the problem is there really aren't very many. The wit and wisdom of Chester Arthur does not fill a pamphlet, unfortunately. And a few of them managed to have unkind things said about them. John Adams wanted the presidency to be very, very highly ceremonial, and he wanted the president called Your Excellency. So when he became president, his enemies called him Your Rotundity. Which didn't work out too well. Adams was a one-term president. I can't remember if it was him or his son, who was also a one-term president, that he was described as the ideal man to unite the country against himself. But again, the Adamses took a certain pride in not doing anything popular. Is John with us? Yeah, okay, I can stop, right, because I'm about to start telling stories out of Plutarch's Lives, and I don't think even you will put up with that.
Thank you, John. Hello, John Carpay. How are you? Well, so far we can't hear you. How are we doing there? Just a second. David, do we know anything about this? We're working on it, John. We can see you, but we can't hear you, which is how they like me, but they would like to be able to hear you. There we are. Okay, try that.
So you can see my lips moving?
Yep, there we are.
Now you can hear me?
Yep. We were just talking about politicians. If we see your lips moving, yeah, but I don't think you're going to be lying to us. We're looking forward to what you have to say. So please welcome John Carpay. Okay, there we go. Thanks for helping us out here, John. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. I'm really glad to be here today and talking about the family and the state and the relationship between the two. And I'm going to start with a quote from Thomas Sowell. This is from a book called The Vision of the Anointed, which I read while I was in law school. The book came out in the 1990s. And Thomas Sowell says, quote, "The family is inherently an obstacle to schemes for control. The family is inherently an obstacle to schemes for central control of social processes. Therefore, those who wish to control us find themselves repeatedly on a collision course with the family." So I'm going to start with, before I get into the broader historical and philosophical aspects of it, I'll start with a story in Alberta. In March of 2015, the progressive, not conservative government of Jim Prentice rushed through a Bill 10, and that was to force every school in Alberta to set up a gay-straight alliance in school the moment that one student requested it. Now, from a secular libertarian perspective, I think we have to ask the question, why is the legislature in Edmonton dictating what kinds of school clubs must exist and under what circumstances, et cetera? So it's a very obvious violation of the principle of subsidiarity, the idea that citizens should make decisions about things at the local level, at the level that is closest to the people. So, for example, you have your national defense is run by Ottawa because federally we're doing our foreign policy, and we might have highways between cities, our provincial responsibilities, and snow removal and trash collection are local responsibilities, etc. So there's no real reason why we need legislation governing what kinds of clubs policies local schools have when that should be determined by the principal and the teachers and the parents, with input from the students, of course, and just decide that locally for each individual school. But these clubs turned out to be very ideological. There's some great efforts made by various private schools, Jewish schools, Catholic, Protestant, etc., to establish and develop their own clubs that might address questions of human sexuality, but this legislation had no respect for that. Even if a school were to set up its own, a club that addresses topics of gender and sexuality, even there, if a student were to request to set up a gay-straight alliance by that name, the principal by law was required to set up such a club. Situation got worse about 2 years later under the NDP. 2017, we had new legislation, Bill 24, which imposed a blanket of secrecy on what goes on at the Gay-Straight Alliance meetings that are taking place. And so parents, by law, were not to be informed about their own child's participation if their child was attending such a club, which of course is radically contrary. Everything else, you need, if your daughter is going to take volleyball or basketball or soccer or, any kind of club, typically parents are made aware and consent is obtained, or at least there's information going out. And in this situation, parents could not find out about whether their own child was participating or not, nor could parents know what goes on inside of these clubs. So who are the speakers, who are the facilitators, who are the coordinators, or the contents of what the children are exposed to was also secret by law. And so the Justice Centre took Bill 24 to court. We were more than willing to face the predictable accusations of hate and homophobia and transphobia and all of that stuff. I always laugh when people get into that kind of name calling, because they reveal that they do not have an intelligent argument against our position. And I would say to the audience, I wish I could see you. I'm just looking into this camera here in the Justice Center office, but if you feel timid or apprehensive about getting called all kinds of names, anytime you speak for truth and do your best to speak up for justice. Oh, now I can see people. Okay, great, thanks. You're going to be faced with a barrage of name calling, and most people have a thinner skin than I do, so a lot of people find that difficult. But I would encourage you to remember, if you're subjected to name calling, your opponents are declaring very loudly that they don't have a case and they don't have an argument, and they can't point to anything that's wrong in your position. So take the name calling as a form of encouragement. So our clients were Jewish and Sikh and Christian, and I think there may have been a private Catholic school as well that was not part of the publicly funded Catholic system. And so we took Bill 24 to court. And one of the affidavits, I think it should still be up on our website, www.jccf.ca, and there was a 14-year-old autistic girl. And for those of you who have some familiarity with autism, it's quite common for girls with autism to struggle with their gender identity. And but this girl was encouraged to take on a boy's name and dress like a boy, and parents were kept completely in the dark, and it was the materials that were presented within that Gay Straight Alliance. And she swore an affidavit. It's anonymous. The name is blanked out, and the name of the school and the teacher, so on and so forth. But her story is a warning to what happens when the state jumps in, violates a parental rights to raise their own children and educate their own children as parents deem best, exercising their responsibilities. And when you have the government's ideology that gets put into place of what the children are being taught at home. And we'll get to this a bit later when I talk about totalitarianism and the intolerance and how the family is an obstacle. So this girl was encouraged to think of herself as a boy, and they were already talking about, you can go on puberty blockers and eventually you can get the surgery. And she became more and more depressed. The parents were made out to be the enemy and untrustworthy, and she tried to commit suicide. Fortunately, that was stopped, and then the cat was out of the bag, and the parents found out what's going on, and they withdrew their daughter from this school, and I think they homeschooled her for a while, and then the following September put her into a much better school. So it's a clear warning sign. There's another affidavit from an Aboriginal man whose family had suffered trauma from residential schools, who was very concerned. He saw parallels, that there is this arrogant, elitist, ideological sense that people who are convinced that they've got the truth, and then parents stand in the way. And so you have to violate parental rights if you want to raise other people's children into your ideology. Parents are going to be an obstacle. The historical examples are ones that we're familiar with. We had communism in the Soviet Union from 1917 to 1991. So over 70 years of children being indoctrinated into Marxist-Leninist ideology. They scheduled communist youth group meetings on Sunday mornings to conflict with church. Parents lived in fear of speaking freely within their own homes because parents could be reported to the authorities if they were critical of the regime. And so we had a situation where it wasn't just the bedrooms that the government was in every room of the house. And Germany under National Socialism, very similar phenomenon. It was mandatory by law for children to be in the Hitler Youth. Parents, in some cases, were denounced by their own children if they had made unfavorable comments towards the regime. I just finished reading a book called Hitler's justice, and it goes into great detail about how the judges and lawyers were of no use whatsoever in preserving the free society, and they embraced most of them, the vast majority, embraced the National Socialist ideology. And one of the items in that book is that in Nazi Germany, every comment was a public comment. So there were no longer any private comments that you could make. Under National Socialism, the government also made considerable efforts to de-Christianize Catholic and Protestant religious schools. In fascist Italy, similar phenomenon. Mussolini tried unsuccessfully to secularize the Catholic schools. And he did this because he understood full well that when people have loyalty to God or loyalty to a particular religion or both, then that interferes with their loyalty to the state. And in fact, all of these people, Lenin and Stalin and Hitler and Mussolini and Mao, they understood full well a teaching that's found in scriptures that no man can serve two masters. Now, removing from parents their right and their responsibility to determine the education and the moral upbringing of their children basically rips the heart out of parenting. Yes, parents are still left with discretion over, perhaps what their children eat and what clothes they wear and their recreation and their entertainment. But when you have the moral and religious and philosophical guidance of parents being replaced by state ideology, there isn't as much left of parenting. And so this conflict between state and family goes to the heart of the crucial differences between the free society and the totalitarian society. The free society, in order to function well, needs virtuous citizens who have enough maturity and enough self-control and enough altruism and enough independence to manage their own lives and to interact peacefully, cooperatively, collaboratively, constructively with other people. And so in the free society, virtuous citizens work out their disagreements and their differences through negotiation and through compromise. And the free society rises and falls on the level of where individuals are at in terms of their virtue. And I refer to things like honesty and courage, following the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, which is a rule that is found in most religions, if not every religion. So as virtue in individual citizens rises and falls, so rises and falls the free society. Virtuous citizens can manage their own affairs quite effectively, and they can interact peacefully with each other. Virtuous citizens do not need and do not want hundreds of laws and hundreds of thousands of regulations to govern every detail of their lives. Virtuous citizens do not succumb easily to utopian projects, and so it's very hard in a free society with virtuous citizens. It's very difficult, if not impossible, for ideologues to come along and say, well, this is the objective that you need to put all of your time and effort and energy into. This is the most important thing that you have to center your life on. And virtuous citizens already have their own goals and their own priorities, their own sense of meaning in life, and they're not naive and gullible. Totalitarian governments have common characteristics, even if the ideology on a superficial level might seem very different. So, for example, saving the working class from capitalist exploitation and violating all the rights and freedoms of people in order to usher in the workers' paradise, superficially is very different from the ideology of promoting the German Reich and starting a war to create Lebensraum for the German Volk. Superficially, Germany's National Socialism and Russia's international socialism were very, very different. And in fact, Hitler hated communism with a passion and he very successfully used and manipulated fear of communism as one of the key means of acquiring power and consolidating power and exercising power. It was always fear of communism. The communists are terrible. And yet, in spite of those superficial differences, fundamentally those ideologies are quite similar insofar as they seek to trample on individual rights and freedoms and trample them into the ground in the name of some utopian project or some version of heaven on earth, and forcibly coerce every citizen to get on board with the program because the government's going to tell you this, this here is the objective that everybody should be following along, and this is what you need to center your life on. So both of these ideologies and other ideologies, they necessarily, they need to crush freedom of expression, because if there are different opinions that are out and about, people might actually start thinking and would no longer be blindly obedient to what the authorities said. All ideologies seek to crush religious freedom, because that's going to lead to, it's going to facilitate people having a loyalty to something that is higher than the state. The ideologies seek to crush freedom of peaceful assembly, because if you've got a whole bunch of citizens that are peacefully protesting against the government's agenda, well, that might spread and other people might take note and start to question their own thinking if they see a large peaceful protest. The freedom of association needs to be crushed, because if people can freely assemble together, I mean, who knows what they're talking about, and maybe they're going to get some bad ideas and no longer be supportive of the ideological project of the day. And of course, last but not least, ideologies need to crush the family, because the family is the place where virtue is inculcated. And so the totalitarian societies don't want virtuous citizens. They want obedient citizens that are going to get with the program and join the quest for the utopian project, which everybody is forced to make their top priority in their own personal lives. The family is a sanctuary that can serve to protect people from ideological manipulation. And so in a free society, the family is protected from state interference. There are some very narrow and necessary exceptions are carved out from that, where you have instances of egregious and obvious abuse or severe neglect. There can be a time and a place for children to be justly and appropriately and necessarily removed from the care of parents, but those are the narrow exceptions. Beyond that, in a free society, the state does not seek to enter into the sanctuary of the family. So there's no ideology that has any interest in citizens who are truth-loving, independent thinkers. And so if you want a bunch of blindly obedient citizens, then the way to achieve that is to interfere with the family, to interfere with parental rights and education, and that's how that ties into the contrast between the free society with its virtuous citizens and the totalitarian society that wants blind obedience. The family also bonds people together, very often in lifelong bonds, and it produces that connectedness, which very few other institutions are capable of doing. And so, of course, that also interferes with totalitarian projects. Violating the freedom of association is fundamental to isolating people, and when people are isolated, they are far more likely to go along with a totalitarian project than people who are rooted in family and who are strongly connected to other family members. I've been told that I'm welcome to use up all 30 minutes. I don't know where I'm at for time, but I would like to open it up to questions if there are any, and if that's okay with the conference organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I'm certain it's fine by us. Does anybody have a question? Yeah, we do. Bill Tufts has a question, yeah, and so does Colonel Redmond, but yeah, go ahead. We'll let them, go ahead, Bill.
Thanks, John, and I think that we saw some sort of concepts come out of the COVID. One of them that I paid attention to was a concept of mass hysteria and how it had sort of led into where we went, and the descriptor, the guy that sort of described that concept, spoke about sort of an unease in society, that people were becoming apart and didn't really understand what was going on, and that just it was unbearable to the point that finally we got to the Freedom Convoy. Thank you for all the excellent work you've been doing at the Freedom Convoy, supporting Canadians and having your presence there. But back to the question, I don't speak to a lot of people today, and they're still having that same overarching sense of unease that things just aren't going well in society, and there's a lot of unknowns out there that might erupt again. Where might you see another rupture that we will be seeing very soon, like we've seen with the Freedom Convoy?
Kim, thank you very much. In your comments, you refer to Matthias Desmet, who is professor at Ghent University in Belgium. I'm told he's got a new book out, which I plan to order and read. He talks about mass formation, mass hysteria, and how an entire population can get mesmerized and get into a state of hysteria. And we saw that happening in March of 2020 when Neil Ferguson of Imperial College said that COVID would be like the Spanish flu of 1918, and tens of millions of people would die. And using Neil Ferguson's modeling, even here in Canada, 300,000 people were supposedly going to die of COVID. By the way, 300,000 is roughly the annual death toll in Canada of all causes. So if you take your cancer, your heart disease, and your stroke, which are still the three biggest killers, and every cause of death, suicide, car accidents, drug overdoses, et cetera, et cetera. Total deaths in Canada is about 300,000 per year, which you would expect in a country of 38 million people. And here they were fear-mongering with prospect of 300,000 deaths from COVID in Canada. Here in Alberta, Jason Kenney engaged in the same kind of fear-mongering. He publicly compared COVID to the Spanish flu of 1918 on at least two occasions that I'm aware of. And Alberta Health Services and Dina Hinshaw put out a model with as many as 32,000 deaths in Alberta, even with lockdown measures in place. And so you had this fear-mongering, and according to Matthias Desmet, the underlying problem is what he calls a free-floating anxiety, where people, they're going through life, but they're experiencing their anxiety, and they can't quite put their finger on it. They're not sure what it's about, but they're feeling kind of anxious. And that, in turn, is largely a product of isolation, which before 2020, I think we had a big problem with isolation in our society. It's my understanding that in the United Kingdom, they had a minister put in charge of combating loneliness. I don't know if it was the Minister of Loneliness or maybe it was the Health Minister that took this on as a project, but the loneliness had been so widespread, and I would suspect that the problem in Canada could well be as big as what it was in the United Kingdom. And this is why we're not out of the water yet, because if you have a free-floating anxiety that I think is still there, then the door is open for a politician or demagogue to come along and say, here is the problem is this, and here is the solution is this. And then a lot of people who have this free-floating anxiety, they don't know why they're anxious, they can't put their finger on it. They are given something to put their finger on. Say, the problem is COVID, and the solution is lockdowns and masks and mandatory vaccinations. and it gives people a way out of anxiety because they have that certainty. If you're feeling anxious, you want that certainty to believe that you know what the problem is and you know what the solution is, and that feels good. Now, what Professor Desmet has also preached some optimism with that. He says that in a given context, it's only about 30% of the people who are true believers that really, really latch onto this, that are just the fanatics and they accept it 100%. Another 1/2 or so of the population are people that just go along with it, but they're not true believers and they're amenable to being persuaded. You can use facts and logic with half of the population. And then the remaining 1/5 are people that are opposed to it, most of them very quietly, some of them more vocally. Another key point from Professor Desmet is that people go mad in crowds, but they regain their sanity individually. And we're seeing that happening the last year, especially one by one, people are moving away from the fear and hysteria, and they're moving towards common sense. We're going to get another test this fall. I've heard that Theresa Tam is already talking about forcing people to wear masks once again, and it'll be interesting to see where the compliance levels are. I predict, and I certainly hope, that the compliance will be a lot less than what it was in 2020. So, will there be another rupture, was the question. Yes, we're not out of the water yet. My friend Theo Fleury has stated that the most powerful addiction is not alcohol or nicotine or pornography. The most powerful addiction is power. And it's going to be very, very hard for certain individuals to let go of the near absolute power that they had over everybody's lives for so long. I mean, they got to dictate who you had Christmas dinner with. They had astronomical power on an unprecedented level. And that's an addiction that for those who are caught in it, is going to be hard to let go of.
Thank you, John. Colonel Redmond.
Hi, John, it's Dave. In light of a number of the recent court decisions, the whole discussion around elected officials' powers versus unelected civil servants' powers, how do we overcome the mass formation that's happened with our judges? How have they been able to completely ignore the Oakes test before a right is diminished or removed to show that denying that right will cause less damage than an imaginary threat?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank Colonel Redmond for the outstanding work that he has done in the past 2.5 years.
Thank you, John, for bringing that up. He certainly deserves the thanks, yes.
Huge. You and many other people as well, but you in particular have given people hope. I know it was very difficult, especially early on in March, April, May of 2020. I've talked to so many people, they thought they were going nuts because they're the only person at their place of work or the only person in their family or the only person at their church who's kind of going, what is going on? This is insane. This is stupid. This is destructive. And all the other people around them are all just, just soaking in the fear and putting on their masks and living in terror. So when a very prominent individual like yourself with the very impressive CV speaks out publicly, you've given so much hope to so many people. So thank you. The short answer on judges is that judges are human beings and they are susceptible to fear and political manipulation. As a group, they're just as susceptible to those things as everybody else in society. One of the quirks that I found I find it particularly annoying is that the people that have bought into the government narrative are a broad spectrum. You've got every race, every religion, every creed, every position on the political spectrum. There are people that I had, for decades thought were allies, supporting the free society, that just bought into this completely, and also all levels of intelligence. There are highly intelligent people that were mesmerized by the fear and captivated by the government propaganda, and they bought into it just as much as people, with far less education. So there's a lot of very educated and intelligent and articulate people that have sadly fallen prey to the fear-mongering and the government's narrative. And so the way forward, we do have judicial independence. So, when you're not happy with the ruling, you can appeal it, and ultimately, however far up the ladder you appeal it, you're going to be happy or unhappy, but there's not a whole lot that can be done. But to the extent that judges are following majority opinion, the ultimate solution is for all of society, for us to regain our sanity. And when the pendulum swings in public opinion, and when Canadians come to the realization, which we slowly but surely we are more and more coming to the realization that we've had massive human rights abuses, and that the lockdowns and the vaccine passports were evil, and we're slowly moving towards recognizing that it's just completely wrong and very dangerous when, for example, the Prime Minister demonizes and vilifies people who are not taking this injection and says that they are misogynist, racist, anti-science extremists. That kind of rhetoric directed against a minority is another hallmark of totalitarian regimes. They find an enemy that you should be afraid of. And that could be the capitalists or the communists or the Jews, or in Uganda, the enemy was the East Asian minority, the Asian minority in Uganda. There's always a minority that gets demonized and vilified. But I think we're moving in the right direction, with more and more Canadians recognizing that kind of hateful rhetoric is extremely dangerous. So as public opinion shifts, I think we can expect better outcomes from the courts.
Thank you, John. Michael Wagner.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, John. In your presentation, you mentioned the gay-straight alliance issue, which began under the Jim Prentice government and was accelerated by Rachel Notley's government, and her efforts to shut down certain Christian schools over that issue was interrupted by the election of 2019. Now, if the NDP was to win the election next year, do you expect that they're going to come back with this agenda for the GSAs against Christian private schools in Alberta?
Well, I don't claim any talent or expertise for predicting the future, but knowing what Rachel Notley and the NDP believe, I would just say it would not surprise me at all if they brought back legislation to egregiously violate parental rights in education and parental rights generally, and that's their ideology. So it would not surprise me if they were to do that. But again, caveat: I claim no expert. I generally don't. I make no attempts to predict the future, and I just stay away from that.
That's probably a good bet. Michelle Sterling.
Hi, John. I'm wondering, we see this as a COVID lockdown, but we just saw Mark Morano's presentation about the Great Reset. And there was a publication in September of 2019 called Exponential Pathway, Exponential Roadmap, I think it is. And they want to cut global emissions in half by 2030. And a month after that, Mariana Mazzucato, who is a modern monetary theorist, wrote that we have to take action now or we'll have to have climate lockdowns. In November, the UNEP issued the statement that Mark Morano showed us today, that we'd have to have 7% reductions every year for the next decade to cut our emissions. And we also saw that Ivo de Boer at the 2015 COP21 stated that we'd have to shut down the economy for 2 years. So we have had the economy more or less shut down for 2 years. And French economist Henri Lepage wrote in the spring of 2020 that on February the 20th, 2020, something fell apart in the global economic system. In fact, he believes that the global economic system collapsed on or about that date. And so I wonder, has this been a very big pantomime theater that in fact there was a global economic collapse covered by COVID, which, was some real kind of disease, but both the WEF, the climate community, and the banksters all just capitalized on it to move us into the fourth industrial revolution. Because if you look at the exponential roadmap, you will find that everything involving transportation that they wanted to cut was cut during the lockdowns. Anyway, it's kind of a theoretical question, but there it is.
Thank you. Totalitarianism puts on different clothing every decade, every century. It dresses up as something different. The Marxism was discredited in 1991 when we had the collapse, the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, and there's from my recollection, there's a general consensus in Canada, the United States, everywhere that this was a good thing. Even left-wing people were, cheering on the collapse of the Soviet Union. And so, if you want to come out with a hard, traditional Marxist agenda of nationalizing industries, and if you want to talk about class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and all of that stuff, it's just not going to make much headway. And so you always have your enemies in the free society, and what they realized is that people are not going to give up their rights and freedoms for the sake of a Marxist-Leninist type of an agenda. But everybody loves the environment, and so if you can use the environment as your banner, so to speak, for taking away rights and freedoms, which of course should, even though this is not in the charter, but your rights and freedoms do in fact include a right to earn a living, and a right to start a business, and a right to contract with other people, and a right to own and enjoy private property. These are also, in the economic realm, these are fundamental rights and freedoms. Again, I think wrongfully excluded from the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms in 1982, the fault largely of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. However, there were 10 premiers around at the time, and that's a whole big long story. Some of them kind of dabbled in private property rights, but there weren't premiers willing to push for and champion that concept. So people, if it's about the environment, people are willing to give up rights and freedoms. So totalitarianism is always looking for a good disguise that's going to be welcome for people. And so, the whole concept of climate lockdowns doesn't surprise me at all. It's the same bad ideas dressed up in different clothing, and this changes from decade to decade and from century to century.
Okay, we've got one more question, and that's good. Then we're good. Okay, Cindy, we'll take one last question.
Yeah. Now, I need to say too, before you ask the question, that I would love to be part of the panel. That I understand that's happening. Today's a super busy day. I've got another commitment at 4:00, so I regret not being part of the panel afterwards. But we got time for your question.
We'll send our questions when we send our donations to your Justice Center, then you can respond to us later. So Cindy, quick question, and then we are short of time. Go ahead,
Sure.
Cindy.
John, I just wanted to say, you came out to Didsbury 2 years ago, and that eventually led to the setup of our group called Mount View Freedom, so I thank you for that. There's been lots of conversation about amnesty lately. Can you comment on that, what your thoughts are?
Could you clarify a little bit, amnesty for whom, for what, a
Well-
little bit background information?
Yeah, Danielle's been talking about, is she going to grant amnesty to, the people who, did some of these things in the past here? And so I'm just wondering what you think is going to happen with that. Is there going to be amnesty for those people who've, in my opinion, caused crimes against humanity?
Okay, well, thanks for the clarification, because when people talk about amnesty, you could talk, that could be referring to people that got a $2,000 fine for, peacefully protesting at an outdoor rally, or, pastors and other individuals who got tickets. And I think it is within the discretion of the provincial government to determine that some prosecutions are not in the public interest. And Premier Smith has made some public comments, so we'll wait and see what happens there. I get the last year, anytime I've spoken publicly anywhere, when there's a Q&A, I get asked, when are we going to bring these criminals to justice, or variations of that question. And the short answer is that is not going to happen unless or until we have a significant shift in public opinion, and we get to a point where, let's say, 2/3 of Canadians fully recognize that these measures were harmful, and they were unnecessary, and they were based on lies, and that the government has done a lot of lying. I guess they were lying in 2019 and 2018 and years in the past as well. You're not going to see people brought to justice unless and until you have a significant shift in public opinion, and there's a very strong public awareness that these policies were very harmful and that there was no justification for them. So I hope justice will come in the future, but public opinion needs to change first.
I think you're right, John, and I think, when the leading cause of death in Alberta is cause unknown, my guess is that public opinion is starting to change. And so thank you very much for being here. Are we going to take a 10-minute? No, we're not going to take a break. We're just going to thank you very much for being here. We're going to move on to Andrew Lawton, who is here. And so, John, thank you. We'll look forward to seeing you again. Okay, thank you. Okay, give him a warm round of applause. Yep.
Thank you.
Andrew, you're on, and I've asked, would you mind turning the lights on? Thank you very much. And David, when we get to, once Andrew's given his speech, we're going to sort of have a Friday free-for-all with Paul will speak, and then John will speak for a few minutes, then we'll put 3 chairs here, and we'll have sort of a Friday free-for-all with Andrew can sort of moderate it, but we can ask the questions, any of the 3 of them. But my question to you, David, is for the microphone we're recording, if we just put 3 chairs here and we use this microphone, that one, and one more, like, do we still pick it up all right, or do we, so we're good? Okay, Andrew, you're on. We'll have your speech, and then we'll go to our Friday, we'll let Paul and John speak, then we'll have our Friday free-for-all. So I guess you've got, what have you got? 30 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know the economy's bad when you get robbed of an intro by Danny Hozak. Usually I get like the whole presentation that makes me feel so great about myself. This time I got you're up. Thank you, first off, for all of you having me here. It's always a pleasure. I usually at these events start by talking about how much I always enjoy being in Alberta, which is generally true, though it was plus 18 yesterday in Ontario when I left. This has not been the best adjustment to Alberta, but you all make it that much better, so I thank you very much for that. One of the things that's interesting about getting the Friday speaking slot, usually I've been on the second day, which is good, because then when we're all having wine on the night of the first day, I can come up with my speech. This time, I've had to just listen to everyone else steal all of my ideas all day. That being said, I have the benefit of being able to weave some of the themes that have come up in this conference so far together. And I want to talk about families, which is the theme that not just brings us all together today, but also the theme that I think has probably been what's kept many of us going the last 2.5, 3 years. The idea of living your life, the idea of living your life with your family, is no longer something that most people in this room feel we can take for granted. Thank you. So I want to talk about freedom, and I want to talk about its interactions between the church, the state, the family, and the individual. And beyond that, communities and societies. But I feel that there will be parts of what I'm about to say that are a bit more pessimistic in outlook. But I also want us to all remember that us being here is a sign that we're pushing back against that inherent pessimism. We wouldn't be here if we didn't think that the values we cherish were worth saving, and also that they were possible to save. Many of you may have heard me over the years before talk radio went in a bit more of a woke direction, filling in on 770 CHQR in Calgary. And it was a great privilege to fill in for Danielle Smith, who's now the Premier of Alberta. And the interesting thing was, even though my employment relationship with Chorus ended, I've technically never been told that I'm no longer the go-to fill-in for Danielle Smith. So I believe, and I'd have to check the Constitution, I may be acting Premier when she takes vacation. I don't know. Again, I have to check the details there. But one of the things that I want to point out when we talk about families is that everyone knows, and oftentimes politicians will say, whether they believe it or not, that families are the building blocks of societies. And if you think of the unit of analysis that you could take to politics, you have the world, the globe, and within that we can talk about institutions like the UN, the World Economic Forum, other institutions of that nature. Below that you have, generally speaking, and I'm simplifying here, the state, the country. In Canada, you have below that another level of government in provinces. Below that, you have municipalities. Below that, what do you have? You have a society. Within society, you have communities. Within communities, you have families. And within families, you have individuals. Now, it's not a hierarchy. And I think this is what a lot of the time political scientists, no offense to John Robson, he's one of the good ones, what a lot of the times they forget is that these things are mutually reinforcing. Families are influenced by communities and also influence communities. Individuals are influenced by their families and also form and create families. I say this as a married man who knows that my life has been irrevocably, and I mean that in a good way, changed by marriage. It teaches you the values of compromise. We can have two different positions and end up exactly with hers. It's fantastic. And I wouldn't have it any other way. But the reason this is so important is because over the last 2 years, we've seen an attack on the family. And I don't just mean an attack on the family from the government. I mean oftentimes a wedge driven between family by the government. And there's something very important about that. Whether it's deliberate or incidental, the bond between individuals who form a family is, I think, to most people, not all, and I think Colonel Redmond would, based on his remarks earlier, dispute this in the case of a soldier's perspective, which I completely agree. But I'd say for a lot of people, the bond between them and their family members is stronger than the bond between them and their state. Perhaps between them and their community, them and their province. For people of faith, oftentimes faith is the strongest bond. Shortly behind that is family. Often, but not exclusively, behind that is country. Now, why that is important is because if government manages to drive wedges between families, what government has done is weakened the only force stronger than it. The only force stronger than the bond that individuals have within their families, which is why my talk, in part, is called The Frontier of Freedom, because I maintain wholeheartedly that the family is one of the foremost frontiers of freedom, not just in Canada, but around the world. Now, I should say, on the note of title, Colonel Redmond mentioned earlier that his speech title changed a couple of times, and he had to then go with it. Mine, I actually had a very different experience. Danny called me just before I was about to board an airplane and said, am I already getting pulled off? I feel the lights went down. It's like the Oscars, except less woke. He called me and said, what's the title of your speech? I need to print the agenda. And I just said, well, here it is. And I gave him something vague enough that I could take it in different directions later on. But it's kind of working for me, because I do think that family is important. And I do think that freedom is important. And I think all of us in this room probably agree, but I think also feel like our ability to push back against those forces that are working against freedom, that ability has been constrained in many ways in the last several years. So I want to talk about a couple of the forces I feel working against us. And I don't actually want to focus on the state, because I feel that we are all facing a bit of a bigger problem. The bad news is it's a bigger problem. The good news is it's one that we can all solve. There has been in civic engagement oftentimes this line that you may not care about politics, but politics cares about you. And it's done to get young people to want to vote, which, if you look at how young people vote, oftentimes I question the wisdom of. But nevertheless, politics has wound up on all of our doorsteps in the last few years in ways that I don't think we imagined it would. And I think that when you look at this, and you look at the way that it has unfolded, it's no longer the case that we could just expect that church will be able to operate without the intervention of government. It's no longer the case that we can take for granted being able to have a Thanksgiving dinner with our family without that being subject to government regulation. And when you say that, when I say that, it's absurd. And I almost have to take a moment and say, wait, did government really regulate how many people could have Thanksgiving dinner? Did government really regulate how many people could worship at church services? And there's been a surreal quality to all of this, but it did happen. And I don't think anyone in this room is ever going to forget. And I don't think anyone in this room is ever going to forgive. And I think there's probably some wisdom in that. And we can look at the government as being the problem. But I think the problem is more fundamental. If anyone has ever been to the Statue of Liberty or heard any of the outrageously boring discussions about immigration in the U.S. at times, you know, there's a poem written by Emma Lazarus that has that line, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free." And this has been somehow reinterpreted as being refugee policy. But I want to focus on that last part, the yearning to breathe free. There's a premise there that individual citizens do in fact yearn to breathe free. And the real disheartening realization I've come up with in the last few years is how many people don't have that yearning. How many people want to abdicate their freedom, and abdicate their family's freedom, and abdicate what they as an individual may want to the state. And I think the story you see in that is the story of the pandemic, which has ushered in Canada and around the world the greatest abridgment of civil liberties we have seen in a generation at least. And it is quite shameful. It is a profound abdication. And you needn't look further than the discussions happening around the country right now on masks. Believe it or not, masks have not been made illegal. There is nothing stopping you or a University of Ottawa law professor or a family doctor who's now a school trustee in Ottawa from wearing 1, 2, 7 N95 masks, a gas mask, a hazmat suit. You can do whatever you want. You can wear your mask. You can self-isolate. You can keep your family apart at dinner. You can go to the orchestra where they're all in little plexiglass boxes. You can do all of that. That's the great thing about freedom. We all have the right to decide whether the mask fits our own risk tolerance. And that's why I have never shamed someone for wearing a mask, except for once when I had a weak moment on Twitter when Nili Kaplan-Murth wore one in a Zoom interview while she was alone in her office. Apart from that, I have never shamed anyone for wearing a mask, because that is a choice that I will wholeheartedly fight for an individual to make for themselves. But a mask mandate doesn't offer that freedom. A mask mandate says because someone over here wants to wear a mask, you all have to as well. A vaccine passport says that because someone over here thinks that vaccination is the number one way to stop transmission, that person doesn't work at Pfizer, because even Pfizer's admitted now it doesn't stop transmission, but neither here nor there, because they think that you have to. Now, when people do that, they're imposing their will on you. They're imposing their own goal for society on you. But they're also, whether they realize it or not, abdicating their own ability to make decisions about something else. They're saying that because I want to wear a mask, everyone else has to. because I want to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doses. You have to, and everyone else does. Now, some people haven't thought of the logical extension of this. Some people don't actually realize that when they sign away their own autonomy, their own sovereignty as citizens, that they're doing it in a way that could come back against them later on. Some people are very aware of that and don't care. And this is, I think, the reality of a lot of the people who, throughout the pandemic, were calling by law enforcement officers and police because they heard one too many voices at their neighbor's house. What did it matter to them? They weren't going over there. They weren't knocking on the door and going in and, sharing in. What was the Alberta PSA? COVID's at your party, or you don't invite COVID to your dinner or something? The thing that is so interesting about this is that I was getting from a lot of my audience, who obviously is more libertarian on these things in the broader sense, I was getting people telling me Canadians don't want this. And I think actually Canadians did want it. Canadians invited mask mandates. Canadians invited vaccine passports. Canadians invited vaccine mandates. And you needn't look further than the 2021 election, in which all of these clips that people continue to circulate about Justin Trudeau calling the unvaccinated misogynist, racist, anti-whatever, they re-elected him. And you can make whatever claims you want about, Aaron O'Toole wasn't the best leader of this and all of that, and that's all fair. But the point is that you can't say Canadians didn't give Justin Trudeau a mandate to do everything that he did. The mask mandates that we saw on airplanes, the vaccine mandates on airplanes, that didn't come out of nowhere. That was a campaign promise. That was a campaign commitment that Justin Trudeau made good on after the election. So I go back to the question of why. We often fear, rightfully so, the effects of a judiciary that doesn't respect individual rights and freedoms, governments that don't. I'm here to tell you, you don't need to coerce the willing. And one of the things that we see this on, in addition to COVID, and I'm trying to phase out entire COVID-focused talks on my part, because we are moving, I was told for a time, to a post-COVID world. Now I'm not as convinced of that, but free speech. People who believe that because a form of speech is unpleasant to them, it shouldn't be protected free speech. The Liberal government right now is in the process, they haven't reintroduced it in this Parliament, of putting something forward that would reinstitute Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. Now, this is a section that the Stephen Harper government got rid of back in, I think, 2013. And it was a section that prohibited the online dissemination or the electronic dissemination of what the government termed hate speech. Now, I say what the government termed hate speech because there's a very key caveat here, which is that we already have in the Criminal Code of Canada a very strict definition of hate and a very high threshold. It's very rare because there's a reason for that. Political speech is of the utmost significance in a free society. The Human Rights Act definition lowers it, and it's speech that is likely to foment detestation or vilification. Likely to. So there's a bit of a thought crime there. And it's a lower threshold, which means it's a lower bar. And if the previous iteration of Section 13 is any indication, the government had a 100% conviction rate on prosecutions it brought against people for this. We were talking earlier about Putin. Even Putin can't manage 100% conviction rates because he realizes it would look a little bit suspicious. But the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal did. And I'm convinced that when this is reintroduced, we are not going to be dealing with a government imposing censorship on an unwilling population. We are going to be dealing with a population that is welcoming it and asking for the government to do it. And a population whose rallying cry to the government is oftentimes, regulate me more. Before the Freedom Convoy came about, I was struggling with this because I kept hoping that we'd reach that magical point where a government would push its citizens just a little bit too far and they would stand up and say no. And I was becoming more and more convinced that moment wasn't happening. And then the Freedom Convoy came. And things changed. It started with a honk. It started with a couple of TikTok videos by some truckers. It motivated me so much that I wrote a book about it. And that book is, oh, who laughed at that? It was a good book, come on. Someone chuckled over there. The thing that was so interesting about that story is that, and it's come up if you followed any of the Public Order Emergency Commission hearings in Ottawa, they keep focusing on the disjointed nature of it. Oh, these people didn't have one leader, they didn't have one commander, they all were just their own people, their own individuals. And you could tell the government seems perturbed by that concept because individuality is not a welcome identity in this climate. And I would say that the individuality, the fractured nature, the lack of top-down leadership, that is a feature of the convoy, not a bug. That was the very expression of individuals creating a community, individuals creating a movement, and not needing to be told what to do. And I think that there is a little bit of hope in that. But as we see, that's why the government was so threatened by the convoy. That's why the government delegitimized it, and it's why, by and large, even though the convoy had a huge, huge array of support around the world, a lot of Canadians turned against it. And a lot of Canadians said, yeah, but I support vaccine mandates. And it's changed. And I don't want to say that it doesn't move in the right direction over time. I don't want to say that people don't see the light. My colleague Rupa Subramanya of the National Post and now of True North did amazing, amazing work in February covering the convoy by doing this. It was actually a very radical concept for journalism, talking to people. I know, I don't know where she came up with the idea. But it was all the more impressive considering the fact that in April, Rupa was a big supporter of in August of last year, Rupa was a big supporter of vaccine passports. And she eventually realized this is not what we need in society. So people can grow, and they can oftentimes become the greatest advocates for liberty, people that have gone down that road of feeling they were lied to by the government. So I come back to the question of why. Why do people want government to make decisions for them? Why are they not satisfied enough believing, I want to wear a mask, I'm going to wear a mask. I want to surround myself with people that only speak in a certain way, I'm going to do that. I'm going to block people on Twitter, I don't need them banned from Twitter. I'm going to block people on Facebook, I don't need government to send the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal after them. There's a fantastic piece you must read from, I can't remember John Robson probably knows the year, but it was by Lord Moulton, in which he talked about the domain of manners. And what Lord Moulton discussed was a brilliant, brilliant concept where he discusses this idea of the realms that we have in civil society. There are the things you can't do and shouldn't do, the things you can do and should do, and then in between, there are the things that you can do but shouldn't do. And he said the mark of a free society is how large that middle section is. Things that you are legally allowed to do, but you choose not to do. And he called this the domain of manners. And it was a fascinating, and still is, I think, proved very prescient, at how many people we have in society today that don't want you to have that decision. They don't want you to be able to have the legal right to do something, but the choice on whether or not you choose to. This is true with free speech. It's true with COVID policy. It's true with a lot of the things that Barbara Kay was talking about, with how children are treated in the age of gender policy and gender politics in schools. And that domain of manners is shrinking, where we have the things that you can do legally, the things that you can't do legally, and very little choice in the middle. It's the criminalization of moral wrongs, which may sound like a good idea on the surface until you look at the people deciding what is moral and what is immoral. And when you look at the impact this has on collective identity, whether it's a group that we call a federal government, a group that we call a public or professional association like a medical college, whatever the case is, John O'Sullivan, who formerly advised Baroness Thatcher when she was the Prime Minister, coined O'Sullivan's first law. Now, as John tells me, it was also his only law. But it was that all institutions that are not explicitly right-wing will over time become explicitly left-wing. And I've been, ever since reading about this 10, 12 years ago, I've been hard-pressed to come up with any point of evidence disproving O'Sullivan's first law. That institutions without a firm, solid conservative political identity eventually become left-wing groups. And the takeaway from that is that people valuing liberty are always going to be swimming upstream. You're never going to reach a point where you can say, great, we've done our work, let's just sit up in Danny's room and have some wine. Because if you do, the left is going to gain the ground it lost and gain even more before you finish your first glass. Even if you pour like Pat does. So what do we do with that information? A lot of people have, over the last few years, really adopted this line of having to choose your battles. There was, early on in the lockdown, when it became a crime to operate a non-essential business, there was a drug dealer in Hamilton, Ontario, which is in and of itself not newsworthy, trust me, but a drug dealer in Hamilton, Ontario that was charged with operating a non-essential business. And I read that, and I'm like, this is the sort of thing that I couldn't write as a satirical article, because people would say, well, that's ridiculous, that would never happen. And it did happen. And the cases got more absurd. You had kids that were fined for playing on basketball courts that were in public parks. You had the tape that went around the cherry blossom trees in High Park in Toronto. You had churches that were shut down here. And when so many of these came along, people said, well, we have to choose our battles. Or, well, yeah, but that's not my hill to die on. My friend Mark Stein said something that was very wise about this. He said, eventually, when you keep saying that, you're going to run out of hills. And I feel we're at the point now where we are running out of hills. And so many of us, for professional reasons, for personal reasons, financial reasons, or just because we lack the energy or the time, we've said about so many things, well, that's not the hill I'm going to die on. And everyone will find their own hill eventually. The ideal situation is that when you get to that hill, you're going to have other people that can take it on with you. For me, free speech has always been the hill to die on. And when little things come up where the government says, well, we're going to pass this law, the defenders of those laws will say, well, yeah, but why do you defend the right to someone in the KKK to have free speech? Why do you defend the legal right to deny the Holocaust? Why do you defend? And I say, because I don't care about what the value of the speech is. I believe that as individuals, as families, and as communities, we can make those decisions. The worst one to make those decisions is the state, or increasingly, social media companies who have been deputized by the state, which is a different talk entirely, but I think it's something that needed to be acknowledged there. So I come back to the question of the family and why the family is so important. The family is the bond stronger than government. And I don't say this to be insulting or disrespectful to people whose families have gone through horrible things over the last few years. And I don't just mean families that weren't able to visit loved ones or weren't able to travel. I mean families that have been driven apart because of the politics of vaccination. Families that have had members treat other members as vectors rather than loved ones. This is very real. And I hope that anyone in that situation can find a way to heal and to solve it. But don't let the government be the defining characteristic of what constitutes being a good sibling, a good husband, a good wife, a good grandson, a good grandfather, grandmother. Because it's the weakening of families that results in the strengthening of government. And it's the strengthening of government that results in the weakening of individuals and individual liberty. And I think all of this is so paramount for people in a free society, is that if you do not have the ability to make decisions and make determinations for your own family, you will never be able to take charge of your community, take charge of your society, and exercise your democratic franchise to have a government that represents you. And I know it's not an easy discussion to have. And I know it's not an easy challenge. And I was fearing earlier hearing John Carpay speak, because John is usually a bit of a pessimist on these things. And he struck an optimistic tone, and I knew that I was going to come up and be the pessimist today. So we're having a bit of a Freaky Friday situation on this, in that we're doing a role reversal here. But I go back to what I said at the beginning, which is that if we didn't believe it was worth it and we didn't believe it was possible, we wouldn't be here. And I think that's something we all need to hold to. And the idea of family, whether your family is you and a loved one, whether your family is you and a spouse and 10 kids and 30 grandkids, whether your family is you and a dear friend who lives next door. I take a broad view of family here. I'm not going to do the Spanish thing and say that, mother and father are now hate crimes, so it's progenitor A and progenitor B on the birth certificates, but I will say that a family can mean different things to different people in the context of your community and where you derive your strength from and where you derive your sense of belonging from. But that must be protected at all costs. And if you're swimming upstream, it's better be doing it with a family than on your own. And I think all of us have probably felt like we've been doing this on our own a lot in the last couple of years. So with that, I'll say thank you very much. And it's always a pleasure. And I know that in the broad sense, you're all part of my family, and I appreciate you very much. Thank you. And I will say, in addition to that, just as Danny's coming up here, I do have my book available over there. Danny was very optimistic on how many we were going to sell. So because of that, any you don't buy, Danny has to buy. So I think he really wants you to dig in there. And I'm happy. It devalues it if I sign them, but I'm happy to do it nonetheless. So I'll be around today and tomorrow, and they're over at the table there. And the one thing I will say on top of that is that there is a lot in that book that the government has cited in the Public Order Emergency Commission. And I find it interesting that a couple of years the government was banning me from covering press conferences, and now they're citing me as an authority. So there is hope on the horizon. That's all I'm saying there. But thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. How about if we've had a fairly steady run here, and let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll get back. We'll let Paul speak, we'll let John speak, and then we'll have what Andrew called Friday, Open Line Friday, and we'll have the three of them sitting here on chairs. We can ask any of the three of them. Andrew will try and keep the conversation there going in some sort of a coherent direction. But let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll get right back to work, and then we'll take questions till the questions run out. Then we'll all go have supper, and then we'll go to our room and we'll have some wine. And I'm going to be selling those books that I bought from Andrew. So come on up and buy a book and get a glass of wine. Yeah. So anyway, 10 minutes. We'll all be back in 10 minutes. We're going to let Paul speak for a few minutes, and and then we'll have the Friday free-for-all, Okay, here we go. So we have, is the mic on? Okay. Okay. You've got a mic, but it's not on yet, right? We'll let Paul speak, and then we'll let John speak for a few minutes, and then we'll have our Friday free-for-all. So is my mic on? I guess, are we good to go? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'd like to introduce I think Paul for about 40-some years. I think he's currently helping Michael Wagner write I think he's co-author of Michael Wagner's next book about the freedom movement in Alberta. But in any event, please welcome Paul Himon.
Well, thank you, Danny, and thank you, Freedom Talk supporters, and thank you, freedom fighters in general. It's been an interesting couple of years, 2 or 3 years, and boy, last year when we talked what are we going to do next, I can't think of a more profound thing than family and freedom. That really is where it starts and begins, and I'm going to take a little bit different approach than Andrew. I'm going to say that families are actually the foundation of freedom. And if there aren't families, I don't think that there's going to be a community or a group that's going to want to fight for their freedoms, other than they'll just be a little tribe out in the jungle or out in the prairies with their own little agreements amongst themselves and living that way. But historically, I think that we have to look back and realize that the fight for freedom has been throughout history. There's always those, and again, I agree, and again, talk about a lot of things being taken, and Andrew took the last 10% of what I had to say and covered it, but historically, there's always those tyrants who want to govern those around them, those bullies that think they know how to run your life better than you do, or for whatever reason, that's their fulfillment. Because they're not happy with their own lives, they want to run someone else's, or worse than that, like the devil himself, they're miserable, and their whole goal is to make other people miserable like themselves. And that family is that safety unit that we can come back to. And I don't think there's any place more important. And again, I always say that our Constitution needs to protect the individual. But what I realized is I was coming up to this conference, I didn't get through the whole Constitution, but in the 1982 Act, I don't think that the family is even mentioned in it. And I found that kind of profound, that wow, how long has this attack on the family really been going on before it's come out in the open and we realize just how blatant it is. But it is profound, it is real, and I think we need to do something about it. But I really think the solution is simple. All we need is a new country and a new constitution. But the job to do that is not simple. But I'm going to go back to my love of the Constitution, and I'm going to add something that I don't normally talk about, because you always kind of limit the number of things you talk about so you don't confuse people and they forget, and we forget anyways, I forget. But we need a Constitution that recognizes the supremacy of God and the rule of law. Our Canadian Constitution starts there, and I'm going to kind of talk about it as we go along, but a lot of people want to say that, well, no, we can't recognize the supremacy of God, that we got to take, religion out of that. Well, if you don't think that CO2 and the Green Revolution isn't a religion, you need to go back and check yourself, because that's the biggest, most profound, sweeping religion, in my opinion, that's been going on for decades, and it's always been befuddling to me on how people buy into it. But to me, I believe people want to be part of a religion, part of a movement. And so we need to recognize the supremacy of God, because if we don't, then that means that there is some individual, there's some power, there's some entity, some country that is supreme. And I just don't buy that. I think every person is born with inalienable rights of life, liberty, and property, and being secure of the body, being part of that first property that we have. And if in fact we don't have that supreme being as the top, then, like I say, then it's some government, it's some corporation, it is something else. And so that to me is critical, that we recognize the rule of law. But that needs to be expanded more. What we really need, and there's another name that we won't mention, who kind of stole the concept of a just society. But that really is what we need. That rule of law needs to be based on justice. And that justice means that when someone's been harmed, that the individual who's harmed them has to do all they can to make that person whole, and many times they can't be made whole again. But our judicial system, to me, has completely been hijacked. And at this point, once a perpetrator is into the court system's almost set up there to protect the perpetrator. And the victim doesn't even want to go to court, or depending on, like I say, what they're taking you to court over, whether it's a crime or whether it's just a misdemeanor or whether it is just personal, how many people can afford to even go to court and fight through it? I'm going to go off on a segue here because it has to do with the family. I've had the misfortune of being in the courtroom 3 or 4 times here in the last 6 months, and it's disheartening. But what was most disheartening was a young father with a 14-year-old daughter. They were divorced. He was a working individual, and the first time I was in court, he was in court. And this was back on 9th of August, I think it was. And the 14-year-old daughter wanted to get and live with the father and get away from the mother. And I know we shouldn't judge, but when you see the two individuals and you see their mannerism, their behavior, I thought, this girl's making a good decision. She needs to get with her dad. Mother's not being very responsible, not setting a good example, and yeah, this is a good move. And the judge basically listened to the father and then listened to the mother, and she said, well, I've had a change of heart. Originally I agreed that they could have this, but I've had a change of heart. And I don't have representation, I need representation. And this was, like I say, the 9th of August, and so they are supposed to come back in court in a couple of weeks because school was starting and she wanted to transfer and be there. And the judge says, well, we've got time, get your representation and be there. But anyways, after 3 times in court, and now it's the 9th of September, and each judge, rather than actually make a decision at that point, and again, justice delayed is justice denied, this young girl doesn't get to transfer in time, not in her school, and the judge flippantly said later in August, I think the 3rd time in there, that, well, she's only 14, I don't see it a big deal, that she can transfer and get in there. I just thought, how disconnected are these individuals from realities when all he had to do was to say to that mother that day, well, you made this decision, you agreed, the daughter wants to go, we've got all the paperwork here, I'm going to make a decision, and she gets to move. But here's a 14-year-old, and I can't help but wonder, is this the turning point in her life? Is this where she needed the opportunity, or was she denied that? Justice denied, and I don't know, I haven't followed when they got back in court the next time. I should have, but again, it's difficult to keep track of all these things. But anyways, we actually need a justice system that's looking at making the individual whole, and we don't have that. And we could talk for 30 minutes just on the crazy decisions I want to say our activist judges have been making in the last 2.5 years. And the one on Friday, again, it was just appalling to me, unacceptable, and there's nothing that we can do about it except get involved with politics, vote in better people, get a new government, and then get a new constitution, because our current constitution is a divisive one. And I always like to throw in the example for people really understand just how bad it is and how divisive it is. And again, John reconfirmed for me what I always tell people when they say, oh, Hinman, you're just a politician. And I says, no, I've been an elected representative twice, but I'm not a politician. And if you remember what John talked about this morning, I talk about those things. I talk about those social gifts, that division of taking money from some and giving to another to buy votes. But I think we should all go out for supper tonight as one big family, but we need to decide who's going to pay. So let's do this in a democratic way. And again, I thought I was talking after supper. I was going to get all dressed up and have all my stuff, but it's to my advantage. Let's all vote, and those who are wearing ties get to pay for supper tonight. Who's in favor of that? Sorry, I'm sorry, but that's what a good politician does. They read the room, they read the polls, and they divide and conquer. And it's wrong. That's why you have to have those individual rights. The fact of the matter is that a true government does not have any more power than the individual has as a citizen. There's no way that we can't get 50 of us in this room together and now have the power to tell 3 people with ties that they have to pay for our supper. We all get that in here, but yet we don't get it when a politician gets up and makes promises on whether they're going to pay for daycare or they're going to pay for free university or whatever it is they're going to promise, and say, well, we're going to tax, whether it's the corporations, the rich people, this or that. We're going to tax the West. We're going to tax Alberta. Oh yeah, Alberta, at 1 in 10. Great target, and they've done very well. And that's why I always say we need a new country. We can't afford to be sending $60 billion to Ottawa every year and then hope to pay for what we have left over. So anyways, going back to that Constitution, we need that rule of law with a justice system. We need those inalienable rights protected. But they really don't amount to anything if in fact that Constitution doesn't have in there entrenched parental rights. And because it's about family, that's what I want to talk about is parental rights, that we're losing them. And the sad thing about human nature is that when somebody offers us something for free or that we'll look after that, don't worry about it, we're too often too dismissive of it, and we abdicate our responsibilities and say, oh, that'll be great. Whether it's a father, whether it's a mother, we do that. I want to sidetrack here for a minute again. I was very worried that I was going to have the conflict of interest and not be able to be here after I promised Danny I was, because my daughter asked me months ago, and I forgot about it, that, hey, we are going to take off on the 8th and 9th and 10th. Will you babysit my daughter? And I said, oh, sure, absolutely, not a problem. And so just so you realize, the previous 48 hours, I was a sole grandparent to a 2.5-year-old that has more energy than an atomic bomb. And if you saw my house, she just constantly has to move everything, create forts. We have a big dining room table with 8 chairs around there, and 6 more stools that go around an island. And she was walking those around and building forts, and no, Grandpa, go. And then she'd get it all built, and okay, Grandpa, you can come. But you talk about energy and the love of life. There is nothing more exciting about that, and I truly believe that is where our true joy comes from, and our happiness is actually from our family. And I agree with Andrew that a lot of us have different families in that definition of families. I believe we're a family of freedom fighters, and we can get together. And there are some people that for whatever trials in life, that they don't have any actual personal family around, but they'll usually get in another group, and then they'll have family. If you go to senior care facilities, and they become a close-knit family. But we are social beings, but there's nothing better than your family. And why am I doing what I've been doing? It was actually for my children, for my grandchildren. And the joy of it all last night at 7 o'clock when their parents showed up and didn't tell my granddaughter that they were coming. She had no idea. They showed up and she was so excited. Oh, come, and had to show what we were doing this, and we did that, and we did this, and we've had so much fun, Mom. And oh, but Mom, you are my best friend. And going on. But then when they went to take her, She just broke down and had an absolute fit. Nope, you have to stay. We can't go. We've got to stay here. But that tear of your heart from family that wants to be there. And we're abdicating that. We have a government that says, you know what, we want to educate your children. I found it appalling last week, because it's been over a week now, that they've started the advertisements that you can now have your 6-month to 5-year-old vaccinated. Like, have these people read one report? Like you go back to when this outbreak came and when it hit Italy, and again, the information was very difficult to get, but it was a seniors problem, and the flu season is about seniors. But we now have a government that's targeting our 6-month-old children with a vaccine, well, I shouldn't say that, with an injection that has no safety protocol, but yet there's a lot of side effects that seem to be in denial. And again, as we're talking about unknown deaths, I mean, where is it on the chart? It's alarming. But the bottom line is there's been a relentless attack on the family, and it's been for years. And so in our Constitution, we actually need to have parental rights entrenched in there so that the government can't strip them away. But what are some of the other things that you can do? And I am one of these individuals that actually believe that there's two sexes, the male and the female, and you even look at flowers and you realize that, it's pretty profound how we propagate this earth, everything from the plants to us as human beings, and yet they've warped that, and they've taken that away and now given this confusion to our children, and it's appalling, it's wrong, and we need to stop it. I mentioned earlier to Barbara Kay, but how many in here have heard of or read the book As a Man Thinketh by James Allen? Anybody? I really recommend you go look it up. I think he wrote it in 1905, but it's very profound. And I actually came across it and was introduced that to me by my grandfather. I don't know if I was 14, 15 at the time, but that's when they were really starting to push the gay lifestyle. And it was profound to me because what Mr. Allen talks about is that our mind is a garden. And what we want to do is to plant seeds in that garden, and they grow up, seeds of faith, seeds of courage, seeds of, that intestinal fortitude and what you can do. And again, that's what was so amazing with young children, their desire to try things, the way they figure things out. It's amazing, but we kill that spirit in them. I talk about our education system and how it's a conveyor belt system. And when you bring in that child in grade 1, and it's their first day, and you say, I want you to draw a picture, every child will pick up a crayon, pick up a pencil, and they'll start drawing. But if you get to grade 4 or grade 6, and it was the first day, and you say, I want you to draw a picture, they'll usually just sit there and stare at the teacher. Well, what's wrong? Well, what do you want a picture of? And they'll say, well, a flower. And they'll sit there and, well, what's wrong? Well, what kind of a flower? I'd say something like a rose. They'll sit there. Well, what color of a flower? But the point is with our conveyor belt system is that we want to take that free spirit away from those individuals. We want to take them away from their family values. And again, we've seen in the communist countries how they turn the children into whistleblowers. They reward them, go home and spy on your parents. They're evil. And it's really frustrated me over the years to watch that. And so I want to switch gears here a little bit now and talk about some of the things that government needs to do in order to protect the family and the family's freedom. Because one of the first things that they did that caused problems is with the government inflation, and again, printing more and more money and the quantitative easing and bigger debts. Inflation has hit hard. I was living in Calgary, 1961, 62. My dad moved there, my mother. The houses then, they were just new houses being built. Anyways, they were $12,500 in Calgary. That same house today costs over $500,000. You have to ask why. Well, I'm one of these big believers. It's because of government spending and government printing money that we don't have, and that quantitative easing. But what they did was they set up the tax system to force the spouse, usually the mother, out of the home because you couldn't afford to make ends meet. And our entire tax system is set up, in my opinion, against the family. Why is it that we can take a child to an institute, to daycare institute, and pay them $25 an hour like they are the all-knowledgeable, they know your child and everything else, but yet we couldn't pay our spouse to do that? I believe it's an attack on the family. Why is it we couldn't pay a grandparent or an aunt or a niece? The government has set up all of these things such that it attacks the family. It forces them to get out, and it's wrong. We need to change all of that. Why isn't there income splitting that's advantageous? Right now it's just saying, well, we're going to try and make it so that you're equal to two people that are working out of the home. But if you look at the tax system, in my opinion, everything is slanted to destroy the family, to make you work long hours, get a second job, we're overtaxed, we're overregulated, and it's wrong. We can switch from our children in daycare to our seniors. You know, when you look back historically before government stepped in to say, don't worry, we'll look after your kids, oh, don't worry, we'll look after your seniors, they do a very poor job of both. It's because their real goal isn't to make them the best citizens possible, though that's what they claim. To me, is to destroy and to pull apart that family, to do whatever they can to break that family. I've seen a lot of really sad stories because of COVID and government's actions in there. But again, one of the more, I don't want to say annoying for this one, because there's just some really heartbreaking things that have happened because of COVID, but to see the families attacked, and I've talked to 2 or 3 people where their spouses have said, if you don't get vaccinated, I'm going to divorce you. What do you mean? You're going to jeopardize our home, our future, because you won't get the injection? But that's how divisive it's been, and those mandates are wrong. And we've had some great people, including the JCCF, fighting this in the courts, and we haven't had great success. And we've had success, but to me, great success would actually have turned the situation over to where we wouldn't be struggling where we are today. We got a premier who says that, you know, she's going to reinstate, or we're going to compensate those people that have lost their jobs, lost their income. I think of all of the government things that they've done, that reparation to the damage that they have done is real and needs to be accountable, and we need to make that right the best we can. I don't know that we can make it as right as what we want to, but again, we need to do that. But to me, the family truly is the building block of society. That love that Colonel Redmond talked about, to me, that's the cement of our society. And when we don't have that, when that's been stripped away, when you have family members turning on themselves, when you're the community doing that, it's broken down. And you have to realize just how evil it is. This is the greater good for the greatest number. It just means it's just a matter of time when you're the individual that they can marginalize or demonize and move out. And so we need to stick up and stand there for our families. But I just, like I say, I don't very often talk about that in the Constitution, because there's so many things that we need in that Constitution, but we need parental rights. One of the things that I was proudest of is myself and one other MLA, and I think it was in 2012, 2013, the progressive, not conservative government was bringing in a new Education Act. And in there, they'd stripped away parental rights. And another thing that always annoys me is when you hear these elected people say there's nothing that we can do. I've shared this before in this conference, but actually when you're in committee of the whole, 2 people can filibuster. It only takes 2. If you got 5 or 6, it's a cakewalk. But they'll all say there's nothing we can do. Well, we filibustered all night and into the next day, and the government House leader kept coming over and saying, like, when are you guys going to quit? We're not. And they finally dissolved for summer, and Brogue says, well, we're going to go then and talk to the people, and they actually put parental rights back in. But parental rights are paramount. Family freedom is paramount, and if we don't have it, the debauchery of society and what happens historically shows that society is going to break apart, and we are not going to have any of the freedoms that we thought we should have. And so I'm grateful for Danny, grateful for this conference to hit such an important subject, and do know that the solution is a new country and a new constitution, and we need to keep working on that. And it's my prayer that we can and we will, and we won't get discouraged, because that's our biggest challenge, is discouragement. The number of people that I've talked to that just says, you know what, it's not worth it. But again, being today is Remembrance Day, I'll close. I'm grateful for those who gave up their lives that we could have the freedoms that we have today. But the question is, how much are we willing to fight? How much are we willing to sacrifice to have that freedom for our children? I'm a believer in that you pay it forward. To think that we've got a $1.4 trillion debt and we're proud of it, that, oh, we've been so progressive, look at all these wonderful things that we're doing, is unacceptable to me. We need to have the freedom to choose. And that's why I've been involved in politics. I don't have any delusion that it's a cakewalk, you can win easily. But what's important is that the people of Alberta have a choice. And next March, we need to have a party that's there, that's fighting for these freedoms. That the most important thing that our premier could have in order to be successful in saving Alberta is an opposition party that actually understands the importance of autonomy from Ottawa, the fact that we need to be independent from Ottawa. And if we can get enough people in opposition to give her the leverage, they'll realize that, you know what, this is as hopeless as three people trying to outvote us on who's paying for supper. We're not going to win. Canada is a sinking ship. Just the debt alone is unacceptable. These people want to go into bankruptcy. They want the world government. They want the WEF to decide. They want the IMF to decide. They want the WHO to decide. They want to abdicate all of those responsibilities. And I don't know, maybe some of them actually believe that they might make it better, but they haven't looked at freedom, they haven't looked at history, and realized that the success and why we are where we are here in the world today and all the innovation is because of freedom, is because people were free to choose on what they wanted to do with their life. They were free to try something, and to try so hard that they're willing to die trying. But again, I had two great uncles that went to war, one in the Navy, one in the Air Force. Our family was very fortunate. They both came home, and it's been a blessing. But my prayer is that each and every one of us will realize that freedom in families is paramount, and that we'll keep fighting, and that we won't give up. But may God bless each and every one of us in this fight, and I'll look forward to your questions and things going forward. But thanks for coming out.
Thank you. Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, I'm going to say I'm just going to be brief. And you know when someone says that, you should dive for the microphone cable and chew through it, because it's just... But I just want to tell three anecdotes about myself, two of which are true. And the first is when I left the Fraser Institute to go and work for the Reform Party, I wrote to Milton Friedman, who I had met, and said, is it really true that you think we should get rid of government social programs? Because I don't want to say that to them unless I've got your authority. And he said, yeah, that is true. But he said, you know, I'm sorry to hear that you're leaving the Institute for politics, because I just think that it's really important to win the battle of ideas. And I thought, yeah, but somebody has to go and implement them. So then I showed up in Ottawa and told the reformers I was there to help them do the right thing intellectually and morally. And they looked at me as though I was the most hopeless naive in the world. And 6 months later, I was done. So that was a bit of a disappointing career in politics. The second anecdote is about when Stephen Harper didn't appoint me to the Senate, because for some reason he had a snit and stopped appointing people to the Senate and left them all for Justin Trudeau. Which is another of these don't put your faith in politicians stories. What was he thinking? There were 22 people, and you could name them all, that he could have put in the Senate to irritate the Liberals beyond measure for the next decade and a half. But anyway, I thought, well, when he appoints me, they'll ask me what party affiliation, and I'm going to say Whig. Because that's the only party I have any use for, and it dissolved both in Britain and the United States in the 1850s. So again, my view of politics is not really a hugely warm one. And the third one is when we're arranging this conference, and as this happens every year, I'm talking to Danny, and there's it's a lot of work to arrange a conference, but he's always out knocking on doors. He's always out campaigning. And I always think it's like a moth to a candle, this lure of politics. And the question I want to ask to set up the discussion a bit, Paul's talking about being a politician, and it's true that he is not like other politicians. He is a politician only in a very loose sense, and good for him. But when you think of all the things you've done in your life, raising a family and running a business and having friends and, worshiping the Lord and all these kinds of things what your time has gone into, is there anything in your life that you've gotten less return on your time for than politics? And it's a problem because at some point we have to do something, and this is where I'm going to now throw the floor open to questions. How little hope is there in politics unless we change the culture? How futile is it? All this time spent knocking on doors and electing Danielle Smith twice? Really? Is this something you want them to mention when your time has come and they give the eulogy? Electing Jason Kenney, electing Doug Ford, electing Stephen Harper. What was all that even for? And it's a discouraging question, because yes, we want to change government, and you can't change government without changing government. No matter how smart you are, someone's got to go and do it. But again, I think to myself, we'll revive the Whig Party. That'll do it. But how many new parties have we had, and how much has it accomplished? So that's my framing question is politics really a productive use of our time as people committed to winning this battle and changing the world?
I'll take the first side. I hope I can answer that first.
Yes. Yeah, Paul can grab the third mic there.
Well, do I get to answer that first?
Well, my role as moderator seems to have limited return on investment because John is asking and Paul is answering. So go ahead, I guess.
Yes, but Andrew will interpret after the end. If we'd all focus on politics and good governance and what's the role of government and what's our future, I think we could get somewhere. I want to say the reason why we're in the dilemma we are is because most people have so much skepticism and cynicism towards politics, they don't spend any time. I'm always amazed, talking to financial advisors and stuff who say the average person will spend more time picking a pair of shoes than what they'll do with their investments, and that's personal. But when it comes to politics, I hear it all the time. People just say, well, why bother? It's hopeless. I'm not done, sorry. He's going to want to shut me off. But I want to say one of the best things that got me elected the first time is I'd ask people, do you think it makes any difference who you elect? And most people will say no. And I'll say, do you think that you'd like, and Danny, now I'm going to use the word, do you think that you'd like to be able to fire your elected representative? That would be great. And I says, well, then you need to vote for me because you don't think it makes a difference. And I promise you that if you collect them, back then there wasn't so many people running, says you collect 5,000 signatures, you can fire me. So if it doesn't make a difference, please let me try. I got elected. People aren't engaged because they haven't seen results. And I can't deny that the results have been very poor, but I still blame the mess we're in, because we don't have enough people engaged in politics. It goes back to what you were saying this morning. Most voters are bribed with some free money, and that's what they go for. And again, as you say, that they eventually vote for themselves till the treasury goes broke, and we're getting there.
But on the other hand, I usually complain about this on the last day, but I'll complain about it today. And it doesn't count the people in this room, because you guys come to these conferences and, you pay the fees and you're helping to support what we do. But I was looking it up. The UCP raises about $4 million a year. The Federal Conservative Party raises that much money a quarter. How much money does John Carpay raise? How much money does the Macdonald-Laurier Institute get? How much money does the EEA get? How much money are we able to raise at the Climate Discussion Nexus? People do have faith in politics. They dump their money in, millions of dollars, year after year. And what do they get? They get Andrew Scheer, they get Erin O'Toole. And it is just, they get Justin Trudeau. I can't even believe Liberals are happy with that, right? The NDP gets Jagmeet Singh. Like, if this was a product, you'd take it back to the store. You'd say, what the heck? And so people do have they have this weird faith in politics. Or you look at the United States, people thought this is finally, the midterm elections will be the final triumph of righteousness. And then now it's, democracy is saved. And then life just goes on, and all the problems are still there. And people have this weird, they don't think about it very much, but yet they trust in it. And I'm not saying drop out of it, but it's frustrating.
What are they usually voting for, though?
No, it's okay. This is great. I get the night off after all. By the way, I just have to point out, I think when John was talking about the Senate issue, which I think is a very important one, I think you need to look at it in the context of Paul's pursuit of another country. So, will President of the Republic of Alberta, Paul Hinman, appoint John to the Alberta Senate, I guess is the question.
I have a whole different concept. We won't have a Senate. We don't need more politicians. We don't need more government. We need less, so we need accountability.
Sorry, John, you can't catch a break that. Even Paul Hinman won't appoint you.
I'll bring him in as the truth minister,
all right,
and head of transparency and education, because that's what we need.
Let's bring this to a different context here, because I think the lack of faith in politicians in some ways is true, and I think your point, John, is very acute, that a lot of people view, for whatever reason, politicians as the solution. And when you look at gatherings like this, where I feel that the culture is so critical is that politicians need to know there's a base of support when they do step out on a limb. Because the first thing that happens whenever someone says something remotely controversial, like, I believe in firearm rights, or I believe that biological sex exists. This is what controversy is now. The media will pounce on them. When this happens every time, like clockwork, Andrew Scheer, Aaron O'Toole, Stephen Harper, Pierre Poilievre. And there needs to be a base of support that is going to push back against that so the politicians are able to stick their neck out. And I think that the two need to work in a more symbiotic way, politics and culture. But I guess the point that I'd ask you both is, how do you strike that balance? How do you build up the politicians that are going to take a stand, and how do you also build up the culture to support that?
Well, and I guess that I'd start with Jordan Peterson. I mean, look at this guy. He was an academic psychologist, right? And nobody'd heard of him. I actually met him just as he was becoming famous. So I had a dinner with him and about 7 other obscure people in Ottawa, and I couldn't get 7 of his security people in a room now. But Jordan Peterson took a stand, and when they attacked him, he didn't flinch. And this was kind of odd because, normally, what I said to him at the time, normally people either seek controversy from an early age and are comfortable with it, perhaps too much so, or else if it comes on them suddenly in midlife, they don't handle it well, partly because it makes them really uncomfortable. But you seem to have stepped from obscurity into a firestorm like the coolest, most collected person I ever saw. And his answers, perhaps the silliest thing I ever heard him say, because he said, I think what I was saying was controversial academically. No, there's something much more profound here. But Peterson has changed the culture. Peterson gets tens of thousands of people to come and see him. Millions of people buy his books. Lives are changed. And yet the politicians don't say, gosh, maybe if I showed the courage of my convictions, people would like me for it. It's really remarkable. And people talk about the fear in politics. Art Hanger was talking about this last night, and I thought, why aren't politicians afraid that they will be voted out after 1 or 2 terms and realize they had a chance to say something and didn't say it? Why doesn't that scare them desperately? Why are they so scared they won't be asked to throw a softball in question period? Why does that terrify them? And the thought of all these people in this room who wish to heck they could stand up in Parliament and just tell it like it is. And they could, because they're in Parliament and they don't. And then after they're out of Parliament, they say, well, I wish I'd blah, 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 blah. It's a strange world. But yet Jordan Peterson has changed the world. Not, luckily no one person can change the world decisively unless they're Christ. But, he really has changed the world because he does everything the politicians won't do in the way that they won't do it.
Just before you jump in there, Paul, this is more of a loose Q&A than we've had, just because Paul, John, and I have spoken about vastly different subjects. But if you have any questions about the things that I spoke about, John spoke about, Paul spoke about, or something loosely connected, you can head over to the microphone there, and we'll take some of those questions. I didn't actually get a Q&A on my talk, so I guess this is my Q&A too, so I want to have some fun here. But we'll take those questions in a moment, but I'll let you put your response in there, Paul.
Well, I think, John, one of the first things is that they live by polls, and the view is that 65% supports there, that's where they want to go. They want to lead a parade. They don't want to create a parade. I've been fighting since 2000 when I've been involved in politics in a deeper way, is that we need to take the time to educate. We need to be able to get out there and inform the people. People don't want to be educated. It's extra work. I'm grateful for those who do come. But I want to say the biggest problem with politics is that it's more emotional than it is rational. And most people have just one emotional reason why they're voting. I'm always astounded at the number of people who they claim decide how they're going to vote while they're driving to the poll. They don't think about it, but there's just one emotional thing. And when you talk to most politicians and campaign managers and strategists, that they're looking for that last 2 or 3 days on what's that thing that they can throw out there that's going to emotionally either cause fear or greed or excitement. And usually it's that fear or greed that motivates people. And again, when you talk about our current prime minister, how many gifts was he giving away in order to get voted? And again, you mentioned this morning, and that's the problem, is voting to get money out of the public purse seems like the driving force for most elections. And it needs to be education and a rational decision. And again, people like Jordan Peterson, thank heavens, are out there moving the marker. Our current premier has moved the marker a lot and going there. But I think that, again, we're going to go through that tipping, that pendulum of, how far do we have to go to socialism or communism before we realize that it's a complete failure and start coming back. I hope it's starting to come back. Heaven help us if it's still going the other way.
I ran for office many years ago, which isn't all that surprising because I've been open about having mental health issues in the past. But the one thing that was interesting, a couple of days before it was the day before the election, whereas normally you're trying to get out your existing supporters, and I knocked on the wrong door or something, and there was an undecided voter. And it was the night before the election, and I said, well, can I count on your support? And she said, well, I haven't decided yet. And I said, well, the election's tomorrow. What are the issues that matter to you? She's like, oh, no, I'm going to do that CBC Vote Compass quiz in a bit, and it'll tell me who to vote for. I said, well, I'm here. I'm happy to answer your question. No, CBC will tell me. So I don't think she voted for me. Bill, go ahead, sir.
Yes, just some interesting comments you're bringing up there, and I think one of the answers to where politics is today can go back to Hayek and his road to serfdom that John was mentioning, and why do we end up with the type of politicians that we do today? But also, Canadian politicians seem to be very calm and quiet and don't even want to seem to get out into the spotlight. But recently, we've seen some trends down in the United States that politicians are acting quite differently, and I wonder if we'll ever see that come to Canada. Thinking along the lines of a DeSantis or maybe that new Arizona gal that ran for Governor Lake. I wonder if we'll ever see something like that bubble up here in Canada.
John, just before I throw to you guys, John and I, before we're talking about this, can anyone in this room rack your brain through the entirety of Canadian history? Can anyone recall one pivotal Canadian political speech? I can't. I mean, like John mentioned earlier, I can come up with lots of amusing one-liners, or I can come up with lots of examples of a politician saying something stupid, but there's no Morning in America speech. There's no, what was the one, the Gettysburg Address. We don't have these in Canada. So history would suggest no, but perhaps there's a bit more optimism.
Yeah, part of it, by the way, since you're all looking for books to read, when you've bought all these and mine.
By the way, if you buy mine, I can reinstate my Disney Plus subscription, which is like the new marker of the terrible economy. So,
David Hackett Fisher wrote this book, Albion Seed, about patterns of settlement in the United States from different parts of the British Isles. And one thing the United States got that we did not early on was a lot of rowdies from the border. Right, you think of the borderers in the United States, the hillbillies and so on, but they originally come from the Anglo-Scots border. And I think that a lot of the color and zest and both positive and negative kind of craziness in American life and American politics derives in part from the fact that they got more of these people, who in fact are my antecedents. My ancestors come from the Anglo-Scots border, and so I understand this stuff. But one of my more hopeful things is that, remember Myron Thompson? Myron Thompson was one of the few people in the Reform Party who would say something that the press found outrageous, and when they tackled him, he wouldn't back down. And Myron was fireproof, right? He was, as long as he wanted to be there, he could be there. And of course, Preston Manning was always trying to shut him up because he had this cunning plan to out-liberal the Liberals, which was a complete dud. But I think that Canadians have an appetite for authenticity. And again, you think about, trying to think even of memorable lines from Canadian politicians. You come up with conscription if necessary, but not necessarily conscription. That's one of the soaring high points of Canadian rhetoric. And it's that's terrible. That's just awful. Some third-rate Missouri state senator said something better than that at some point in their lives. But again, I don't want to be depressing here, and I think part of it is just that we have to encourage people by supporting them when they get themselves into a position. Because with the mainstream media, I'm reminded of a story about Jesse Helms, a very cranky right-wing senator from North Carolina. And one time, one of his aides came running into his office saying, "Oh, Senator Helms, the New York Times has said the most ridiculous thing, and can I write a letter to the editor?" And Helms said, "Well, son, if you have to, you can write that letter. But I just want you to remember that neither I nor anybody who votes for me gives a hoot what the New York Times has to say." And how we would have conservative politicians running scared from CTV. I mean, are these people who could lead us through a genuine national crisis? People who are afraid, especially nowadays when there's things like True North. And I remember the Globe and Mail wrote an editorial about how democracy is in danger in Canada because Pierre Poilievre doesn't like to talk to the Parliamentary Press Gallery. And I thought, of all the pompous, empty threats, who do they imagine that they are? So Poilievre is showing a bit of that spine, right? That this is not how he's going to get his message out. And he doesn't care if the blue ticks don't, except maybe he thinks it's good if the blue ticks don't like him. And we just need more of that. And, you know, we need to stand behind them and we need to applaud if they say something clever in the unlikely event that they do so. Because it really is, I mean, even think about Pierre Trudeau apparently gave some really, really great speech about the Meech Lake Accord or something, or Charlottetown. He came out of retirement and it was so flat. Like the soda's been out on the counter for hours and all the bubbles are gone. So, but we can do better. I mean, that's part of it, I guess, is what I'm saying is, you know, I keep saying this. We can do better. We need to do better. We need to expect better, and we need to reward better when it happens.
Thank you, John. We'll go to Nadine.
You guys are giving me a lot of stuff for tomorrow's speech. I'm getting all these ideas. We were discussing this. So right now we're at a pivotal time or moment in time where we have something we've never had before because government destroyed so much in the last 2 years. We've formed communities all over Canada. These freedom movements are huge. In Saskatchewan, like I lead one that's 30,000 people. Do you remember a time in politics where you have 30,000 people that can help support someone who has a voice that match the values of that group? Like, we've always been so divided and you do a campaign and you have 2 or 3 volunteers show up. We have the opportunity of having thousands of people show up. And we haven't tapped into so many, like our churches. They've been completely silent when it comes to politics, but yet they continuously complain about the freedom that's coming after them. So with knowing this and recognizing it, how can we best tap into that? And what do you guys see as solution for doing just that to affect change on a governmental level?
One of the huge challenges that the freedom movement faces is that it's not a cohesive movement. It's a bunch of different groups, different individuals, different interests, and there was a common enemy through the COVID pandemic by and large, which was government. And it's easy to rally people who have different interests and different, stakeholder groups against this idea that's so in your face. In Quebec, for example, the enemy for a lot of Quebecers was the Quebec government. It wasn't Alberta. It wasn't, central Canada. It wasn't Anglos. It was a government that said if you're unvaccinated, you have to pay a fine, or a government that said you can't stay out of your home past 8 o'clock. So the Quebec separatist and the Alberta separatist had more in common for a period of time than they have historically and then they'll have in the future. And I think the challenge for all of these groups is to not lose momentum, and is to figure out what those core values and core ideals are. Because in politics, it's so easy to get consumed by the differences and the disagreements. And, for example, if you ever want a really fun game, look at some of the debates between the Communist Party of Canada and the Marxist-Leninist Party of Canada, which, each of them will get like 50 votes in a by-election or in an election that comes up, but still they can't manage to merge their efforts to get 100 votes. Like the communists are split, which is ironic if you think about it in those terms. But I think that you have to find what are those core values, what are those core ideals, and how do we put them in motion? And you, Paul, I mean, you have led a party that was not one of the quote-unquote mainstream parties before, but all the things you were talking about were things that tens of thousands of people were. So where's that breakdown in transitioning what Nadine's talking about into people showing up at a rally, showing up to vote, donating, volunteering?
Well, that's the challenge. And again, what you say, the sad thing about conservatives is that they can agree with 99 things, but if there's one they disagree with, that'll be the division that, no, I can't vote for that individual because they like pigs and I like cows. And it's discouraging that way, but I want to go back. It's where with our education system, what are the principles of peace and prosperity? I mean, most people don't know or understand that. They don't know what they want. And the sad thing with what your question is that what was rallying those individuals? They've lost some freedoms, whether it's a choice, medical choice, what goes into their body, or whether they have to wear a mask or something else. But to transform that into a political party is very difficult. And I want to say it goes back to what are the foundational principles that we're trying to accomplish. And to me, like I say, it's actually about a constitution and the need for a new one, to recognize that the current one is flawed. It allows for the divisiveness. When you hear the vitriol things that our prime minister says, it's just unbelievable. You talk about human rights and being pulled in. He should have been tried and convicted 20 times, if not 100. And it's just difficult to do that. And I'm going to go back. The importance is education. How many people have read The Road to Serfdom? How many people have read the Law by Bastiat or Getting into the Wealth of Nations? Like there's those things and we don't actually, to me, have that common knowledge, that common understanding of what our goals are. And again, politics is usually for the moment. This election only, not down the road. And as I've said all my political life, we need accountability. We abdicate our authority and everything the day after the election. I mean, the day before the election, the electorate, they know everything. The day afterwards, the person who got elected just took all the intelligence in the room and put it in their head, and they're going to implement every idea they have in there because they've got a mandate from the people. It's difficult, but I guess going back to your original question that you're saying we were coming up here, what's the return? I think this is a war on freedom, and to quote one of your favorites, I guess, is Churchill, never give up.
But one of the things, and I've noticed this in a lot of different areas of public policy, that letting people understand that they are not alone is a very important part of it, because they sit there thinking, I must be crazy, because I think this nation's going really badly wrong and everybody else just looks kind of comfortable. And when you get 30,000 people together in an organization, they start to realize that they're part of a community with a shared goal. But another interesting example, going back further than Jordan Peterson, the Fraser Institute, where I worked sort of early-ish in its history, but after it got over the first ludicrous, they were running on budgets of $500,000 a year, and they would do the famous March memo saying, do not buy so much as a pencil because we are busted. And yet, so they set this thing up in the middle 1970s in BC, which was veering into a very dangerous socialist direction. And they hired a mathematical economist from the Bank of Canada to proselytize for freedom. And everything about the Fraser Institute was actually quite ridiculous, except that they knew what they wanted to say, and they were going to say it come what may. And the journalists came to scoff and stayed to listen. I remember one of the classic stories, they did a book about Canada Post and how it ought to be privatized. And so, of course, the Canada Post Union showed up and had a big protest outside the Fraser Institute. And the executive director, Mike Walker, went out and started selling them books. And that was another example where the Institute changed public policy in Canada far more than any political party, because they made it possible for people to express things that it hadn't previously been possible to express. And in fact, I was recently talking to one of the people who was very much a part of the Institute at the time, and he described meeting a senior bureaucrat in Ottawa, and the guy saying, oh, good to see you again. And he said, we've never met. And the bureaucrat told him, oh yes, we're familiar with your work, and we have used it to good effect within the bureaucracy to stop some of the madness. And so I think it is really critical, as you say, politicians like to lead parades. This business, a certain person who could be described as the Premier of Alberta once told me that politics is very different than media, because in media you're looking for wedge issues, and in politics you're trying to bring people together. And this person then brought the populace of Alberta together very effectively, totally against them for what they'd just done, which I thought was ironic. But the thing that I wanted to say to them at the time is, you've got this all wrong. You are looking for an issue where people can be persuaded, where the poll indicates that everybody's a socialist because nobody's ever articulated the argument for freedom. And as soon as you do, all kinds of people who've been sitting there in their kitchen thinking, I'm crazy, I think we should be free, and everybody else thinks we shouldn't, will suddenly discover that there are thousands more people like them. And they will get out there and they will start rallying behind the cause. And I'm also, again, American politics, I'm going to cite an American political slogan that's actually kind of stupid, but it was, in the run-up to the Civil War, Americans were looking for any alternative to fighting over slavery, and one of them was territorial expansion. So the Democrats were going to take on the British and grab the West Coast way up into BC on the slogan 54-40 or fight. And eventually they didn't get to 54-40. But you know, that's sort of a good slogan, right? There's a lot of colorful slogans. Even I Like Ike, which is very insipid, but there's this bouncy cartoon you can find online. But again, when has a Canadian political party even had a slogan you can remember, other than Trudeau's 1972, "The land is strong"? Where everyone's like, whoa, what's he been smoking? And it was a legitimate question, because that was such a stupid slogan. And it was, you know, the 70s. You know, we need some punchy slogans, right? We need slogans that express the fact that we're not embarrassed to think what we think. Again, I remember somebody at a Fraser Institute retreat, we were looking for a mission statement. And somebody said our mission statement should be, we're right wing, you should be too. And I sometimes wonder what would happen if you started the right wing party. And you just said, well, we're the right-wing party. And if people said, why is this your policy? It says, because we're right-wing, and that's a right-wing policy. And if you're left-wing, don't vote for us. But we think left-wing policies are bad and aren't working, and we're right-wing. So if you're right-wing, vote for us. You know, try something like that. Just say, look, we're probably going to lose anyway, right? It's not like the federal Conservatives win a majority in Parliament once a generation. I mean, this is a scary thought, right? Harper did it in 2011 and made pitiful use of it. Before that, it was Mulroney in 84, and he held it in 88. Before that, it was Diefenbaker in 58. And before that, it was 1930. So it's not like you're squandering an easy victory if you do something bold and different. Basically, you're a liberal punching bag because you're afraid to say what you think. And why not just get out there and say what you think? Remember because Mulroney campaigned in limited government in his first term, and he was lying. But the second term, he campaigned on free trade, right? And free trade was unpopular. And they knew it was unpopular, but they said, well, it's a good idea. And people went, gee, okay, yeah, we'll vote for that. And that was an amazing display of the power of an idea, even though they didn't have a good slogan for it. Like, it never, you know, that one American party that had free soil, free labor, free men. That's a good slogan, you know. There've been a lot of good slogans in American politics, along with some terrible ones, like Tippecanoe and Tyler too, to which the Democrats answered, Rumsey-Dumsey, Colonel Johnson killed Tecumseh, which is not something you'd be proud of today. But at least they were trying to do something colorful. And I think part of it too is, let's have some fun, right? Because this is like the only life we get, and it's filled with affliction. But it's also, it's an eccentric privilege, as Chesterton said. So let's have some fun fighting for freedom and give people, again, why should the devil have all the good tunes? Why can't freedom be fun? Okay, maybe I'm not the person to sell that one to the populace. But at the same time, let's, you know, what Pope Francis, and I'm not a big Pope Francis fan, but he did at one point say, how is it that so many Christians who say they've got hold of the most important and wonderful news that any human could ever hear look like they just bit a lemon? And so let's not look like we just bit a lemon.
Very wise words, which is why the bouncy castles were more than just a joke. I mean, they were actually quite a critical part of, I think, the narrative about the convoy, because it illustrated the absurdity of the government's response, but also that the protest was actually people living the life that was robbed from them in 2020. That was what they wanted. Michelle, go ahead.
I think that we should look up on our phones Diefenbaker's quote that says, I am a Canadian, free to choose who I vote for, free to, I can't remember the entire thing, but I think it would be the perfect slogan, especially for this group and all people who are interested in freedom in Canada. So if someone can find that on their phone, I'll read it. But in the meantime, regarding politics, I don't think that people appreciate the influence of the green groups. Oh, here it is.
Pulled it up.
Oh, okay. I am a Canadian, a free Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship God in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose those who govern my country. The heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind. Woo. Thank you. So I think that's a barn burner, and we should use it. Now, with regard to politics, I don't think that people understand the influence of the environmental groups and the tar sands campaign on Canada. And it's not just about the tar sands campaign, but billions of dollars have come into this country. We have 4 reports on our website. Robert Lyman did them. He used public figures between the years of 2000 and 2018. Tides and one other organization, I think Nature Conservancy, had revenues that were 18 times those of all federal political parties, and 27 times those of the free market institutes like Fraser and Frontier Center. And these groups, there's a special group called the Strathmere Group, which Parker Gallant has written many articles about. It's the top 14 environmental groups in Canada. In 2014, under the direction of the, starts with a B, can't remember the name of the agency at the moment. They met with the media and media influencers and journalists prior to the 2015 election and set out media strategy. This group of environmental organizations have something like 380,000 members, hundreds, I think something like 450 employees together, and $50 million in revenues.
Just looking at the clock here, Michelle, is there a question?
So the question is that we can't just talk about politicians and politics. We have to understand, how can we get rid of this influence? How can we expose this influence? Because this is why no one can go forward. They have huge social media networks. They have lots of young, inspired volunteers, and most of it is driven by climate change. So that's what we're up against.
Yeah, you know, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. If Stephen Harper had been willing to say, look, there is no climate crisis, CO2 is plant food, the temperature is not doing anything it hasn't done before, probably got himself reelected. If the oil companies would say it, I've had this argument with some oil company executives because they're like, well, Canadian oil is the best of a bad lot. And I tell them, look, if your pitch is our product destroys the planet, get yours today, you're just not going to win any argument. Why won't they stand up and say, no, it doesn't? We wouldn't make it if it did. That just seems to be just so straightforward, okay? Like we did the climate discussion nexus. We just did another version of the stripes chart, right? Only we did the last 500,000 years. And we show you, holy cow, we're lucky that the lights haven't gone out and the glacier hasn't crushed us. The planet's been terribly cold for the last 500,000 years. We're in a warm spell, but not as warm as the last one. The last interglacial was warmer. Why won't they just stand up for themselves? Why do they have to grovel? It's not the money. There's a line from Joseph Schumpeter. He once said that the picture of the prettiest girl that ever lived is powerless in the long run to maintain the sales of a bad cigarette. And he had no idea how true that would end up proving. But the point is, yeah, they got a bunch of money, but they're fighting spineless opponents. And that doesn't include you, and it doesn't include me, and it doesn't include the people in this room, but it includes the Canadian energy industry by and large. And it includes the Canadian political class, many of whom know in their hearts that the climate crisis is not really happening. And they haven't got the guts to say it. Many of whom know in their hearts that we need to rebuild our defense establishment, and that we need to free up the economy from all the regulations and taxes, and that we need to stand up for the family. They know the stuff and they haven't got the guts to say it, but we can't give them a spine transplant directly. We need to do it indirectly, and if we do that, let the Tides Foundation spend. I mock them.
Yeah, I'm going to say, going back to the 30,000 people that what is the rally and what are we trying to do? And it's so discouraging. And again, I've been amongst these elected politicians. The number one question they ask themselves every day is, what do I got to do to get elected or to get reelected? And that's what they look at, and they look at the polls. And I don't even want to give the names of the number of politicians that I've been working with and leaders, and they just say, Paul, why do you want to fight the climate? We've lost that battle. And it's sad that we don't have anybody there, and I guess that's why I'm so foolish to say, no, I'm going to step forward to raise that banner, is that CO2 is plant food, that hydrocarbons is the miracle of our life today, everything from our medical equipment to just all of our straws that we used to be able to get. It's a blessing. But no, the politicians, they want to chase where the puck is. And when they see 65% support for whatever it is, they go there. They don't want to be that bold leadership because they want to get elected, and they say, well, Paul, we can't implement anything if we don't get elected, so we need to get elected. But once you're elected on a false pretense, as you say, liberal light, well, we get more of it. But we actually need, and that's why I've been on the outside, is we want to speak the truth. We need truth, we need trust, we need transparency, and we don't have any of that in the current governments and legacy parties that we have.
Michelle and Robert have been just tireless advocates on this issue, and I realize, Michelle, that this is your life, and I know that you see a lot of issues through that lens, and I think it's important to do that. But I also think that this is bigger than just the environmental issue, and I think the advice that I'm about to give applies to COVID, it applies to environmental policy, it applies to the free speech, it applies to the family stuff, whatever the issue is. The worst thing you can do if you're in a political war with someone is accept their premise and offer a different conclusion. And I think that's so critical. So when Erin O'Toole comes out in the 2021 election and says, my carbon tax is better than Justin Trudeau's carbon tax, you've already lost. You've already lost, because if you're a voter that wants a carbon tax, you're going to go with the real deal. Colonel.
So folks, Andrew, you called them core values, and Paul, you called them foundational principles. I want to take you back in time just for a real quick. When I first joined the Army, I went to the Royal Military College for my last 2 years. A 6-month course was on Canada's national interests. They had been defined by the government, and as an officer in the armed forces, I was expected to know them, be able to recite them, and explain why, because that's what I was going to defend. From each of those national interests, there was a white paper on each of the sub-bullets underneath it. I was expected to know the white paper on defense as an officer in the Army, be able to recite it, quote it, and work with my allies when I was deployed to work with them. There hasn't been a definition of national interests in our country, and you called them core values, you called them foundational principles. The last time it was done is the late 1950s by government. I put it to you that perhaps if we can orient the discussion away from marginal side issues and try and redefine security, good governance, economy, social justice, and wellness, the 5 core values of Canada and all their sub-bullets, we can change the political discourse and re-engage Canadians. Over to you.
I don't think it's fair that we have to find something to add to that, but
I agree.
All three of us will, I guarantee you. Let me just say that in political debate, because my background is in talk radio, and for all that you can point to the bluster of talk radio and the preponderance of blowhards, like if you were to make up a fictional character, it might be named like Charles Adler or something. The thing about my approach to it, and a lot of other people in politics, media, whatever, it's the same sort of thing, is you want to persuade. You don't just want to entertain. You want to bring people over to your view. And if you're having a prolonged debate with someone, you have to strip away everything and find that core point of agreement. What can we agree on? And it goes back to the premises. I mean, if you can't agree, for example, if you're debating firearms rights, if you don't agree with someone that property rights are a core value, you're never going to be able to convince them of your perspective if your perspective is rooted in property rights. So you have to go back a level. Well, do you believe in individual autonomy? Yes, no. Okay, if no, you have, and sometimes you may not be able to find what you agree on with people. And I think one of the problems with the battle that we're in now is that so many of these things that for years, for generations, we have all taken for granted as being shared values do not exist. Free speech is, I think, a phenomenally illuminating point here. It used to be that if something were to come up that were prone to censorship, a policy, a move, doesn't matter, you would be able to say, well, that is a violation of free speech, and that would be enough to convince someone who believes in free speech. Well, right now, if you go and survey the entire population, do you agree with the value of free speech? You're not going to get near unanimity on that. So then you have to go back even further. So those things you just mentioned, social justice means something very different to the people in this room than it does to the people that I met when I was covering Davos in May in the World Economic Forum, than the people you'd find walking in downtown Edmonton or something like that. And that's the important thing. I mean, the idea of freedom. All of us are probably very perplexed that in the last few years, freedom has become a rallying cry for extremism in CBC's eyes, that they actually say the Canadian flag is a problematic symbol and that freedom has been appropriated by the far right. So we are losing ground. And I think it's so critically important that we do as a country, as a society, even as individuals, exactly what Colonel Redmond just acknowledged there, which is figure out what we believe, what we want. Because if we don't understand that, we're never going to be able to advance our position even further. And I think that's so key here, is that the things that we hold dear are not necessarily things that matter to other people, and in fact maybe things that are quite egregious to other people, even if we think it's something as universal or should be universal as liberty.
And also, I think if you find, you can't agree with them on anything, where are you prepared to take a stand and say, well, we don't agree, but I am in favor of free speech. I am in favor of the right of self-defense. I am in favor of parental authority over children. Because part of the problem, again, is that when we find we can't agree, the Conservatives in particular, out of agreeableness or timidity or something, just keep backing up. I mean, about social justice, right? There was an old line that's, social justice has the same relationship to justice that a social worker has to a worker. And, tell that joke and see how many people are secretly laughing with you instead of at you. Be willing to articulate these things. Remember in the Lincoln-Douglas debates, and I once made students read them, and one of the things I love about the Lincoln-Douglas debates, had a really good edition where they tried to get as close as possible to what really happened, which included when someone made a point that the audience liked, somebody in the back would jump up and shout, "That's the doctrine!" And I'm waiting for someone to shout, "That's the doctrine," in the Canadian debate.
People at the back, that's what you've got to do tomorrow when you hear something you like.
But so Douglas was trying to sort of finesse the slavery issue, saying it should be just the choice of people in the state or the territory. And Lincoln said, you cannot say that you do not care if something is voted up or down unless you say you don't care whether it's right or wrong. He said, if slavery is wrong, you cannot say you don't mind if people vote for it. And he just pinned Douglas down, and it was a curious process because Lincoln pinned himself down too. Lincoln was a bit of a hack politician when he started, and he was a statesman at the end, but he wouldn't let go of these vital issues. Is it or is it not wrong? And again, how many Canadian politicians are willing to say, I support the right to life of the unborn children? And it's true, it's not going to get you 66% of the vote, but you can win with 40%, right? What would happen if a politician decided to test the waters? Because again, they say, well, we're looking for the winning issue, but I make my point, like the Reform Party was always into the winning issue. What did they never do? Win. Exactly. I mean, in some provinces, of course, conservative-like parties do win. But federally, too, how many conservative leaders pursued that strategy, abandoning their principles in order to lose? And what? I mean, come home with your shield or on it, for goodness sakes. It just seems to be such a pathetic career to give up all that you believe in order to be defeated. I cannot see that anybody would want to do that, because many of these people could be doing something else for a living. Some of them seem to have no other skills, but many of them plausibly could be making even more money in some other trade. And again, I think it's so odd. There's a line that I stole from the Goon Show, I think I've used in these gatherings before, about rallying around the white flag. This is an extraordinarily popular and extraordinarily idiotic strategy among conservatives. And the NDP don't do it by and large, right? You say, why does Canada keep moving left? Because the NDP does all the things except exhibit good humor that we're talking about. But again, and I'm sorry, I keep coming back to sort of why not have fun with it, right? Like, would you not want to run a lively political campaign where you raised the issues you wanted to raise, you said the things you wanted to say, and then you lost gloriously, as opposed even to winning ignominiously? I wrote my doctoral dissertation on Henry Jackson from Washington State. He's a liberal Cold War Democrat, and he always won by huge margins. And one year, his Republican foe, his son, had set up a banner saying, "Hey, Dad, let's hold him to 90%." But the guy went out there and said what he believed in. And I also want to mention, there was a senator from Washington State. Has anybody here ever heard of Steve Sims? Okay, one person. But one of the things that Steve Sims said is that there are 3 boxes that protect our liberty, and they are the ballot box, the jury box, and the cartridge box. And again, try to think of any Canadian politician, even a famous one. I could throw in Laurier's "Canada is free and freedom is its nationality." But the willingness just to say a thing like that, knowing there's going to be catcalls as well as applause, but that was what Steve Sims believed, and that's why he went into politics, and by golly, he said it.
I mean, I would say find a Canadian politician that can tell you the difference between a cartridge and a bullet, but baby steps. Paul, do you have a response on that?
I do, and I appreciate Colonel Redmond and your comment that the problem and the challenge that we have today is most people won't take 5 minutes to read something. It's got to be a catchy phrase, and I want to go back and say that, the Reform Party started out great. We had all these policies, all these principles, but then we compromised on all of them. And I want to say the reason why I believe conservatives always lose is because we compromise. We think that, the polls, and again, I'm going to quote Churchill, the only purpose polls are for is for dogs to relieve themselves on. Why do I want to hear about the polls or be guided by them? But that's what politicians do. But if we don't have the tenacity and the belief in what we're doing, we fail. And that's where every so-called conservative politician that I know and they run, they compromise. And I want to go back to 92 or whatever when Ralph and, can't believe I forgot his name, the Liberal leader, Lawrence Decore were battling it out. And what were they battling for? Who could cut costs the most? Who could be the most conservative? And Ralph won that one, but they were battling for who could be the most conservative. Ever since then, I don't know any other election where they're saying, well, who can be liberal light? Who can have the better carbon tax? Who can do all of that? We failed on the conservative side, in my opinion, because we haven't stood to our principles and we compromise. I remember when Andrew Scheer got in there the first week, what'd they do? They voted on the Paris Accord and supported it. I mean, are you kidding me? I listened to him several times. He says, well, the reason why we lose as conservatives is because we don't stick to our values and we don't believe in them. First week he abdicated everything that he did. I say we lose because we can't be trusted. We're going to go liberal light, and I refuse to do that.
We've got time for one more question here. Let's take it away.
I've got a son that's, he's a pilot in Hong Kong. He's been there about 17 years. When COVID came along, they cut his wage in half. Now, he was compensated very well prior to that, but they cut his wage in half. So I was feeling sorry for him, talking to him one night, and I said, if you have to, you can come home and we'll work something out on the farm and you can still look for a pilot job. There was a hesitation. He said, Dad, what the hell would I move to Canada for? He said, I pay 15% flat tax, no capital gain tax, and no property tax. He said, at half wages, he said, I get paid more than any pilot in Canada. So why would I come to Canada? I've never heard politicians ever talk about the concept of a flat tax, which, by the way, would be much fairer because the one we have now is in the Communist Manifesto. Yet we have this idea, or the electorate has the idea, that somehow, like tonight it came up, the government should pay compensation to my group or whatever. Well, that's like a thief stealing everything from you and then saying, hey, I'll pay you some of your money to wash my car. Well, he just stole the car, he stole the money, he stole everything, and now we're doing the work. So why not the idea of a flat tax?
There's no good answer. I say, let's bring it on.
Well, that's why I say I'm not a politician, because I've spoken on this many times. We need to have a flat tax. It's just, if you want to talk about equal rights, how can you come in and say, how much are you earning? Oh, we're going to tax you 45%. How much do you earn? Oh, you're at 10%. If we're all equal as Canadians, it can't be that. But actually, a flat consumption tax, zero property tax, an export tax, that's what we need. We need to actually reduce the size and scope of government. I also talk all the time about the Constitution, that there needs to be a cap where the accumulated tax can't be over 25%. So when they hit that, they can't raise the taxes anymore. But that's one of our problems, is the fact that we're overtaxed, we're overregulated, and we need to reduce that. But it goes back, the question is how many people are actually dependent on government handouts or government jobs? And some people say it's over 50%. Again, the public at large is voting for that free pass to their purse. But again, I will continue to talk on that. How can you say we have property rights when you have to pay your property tax every year? Again, capital gains, all those taxes need to be eliminated, and just a flat consumption tax is by far the fairest and most productive. Jack Mintz talks about it a little bit, but with our social programs, he says it's got to be too high, but I say that we can cut those things back. And again, as a sovereign nation here in Alberta, $60 billion goes a long ways from establishing ourselves and getting the army that we need, getting the good government that we need, and again, allowing the entrepreneurs to actually flourish here with the capital that they can produce, because we're innovative here, have a lot of resources and a lot of intelligent people.
And on that, good policy often makes for bad politics, and vice versa. And I think Stephen Harper is a great example of this. And you can see the allure to politicians of the boutique tax credits, which are very easy vote getters and headline getters of, we're going to do the child sports tax credit, the home renovation tax credit, the children doing sports while renovating your home tax credit, and all of these other things. And again, and you end up with a system that's more complicated, less conservative, and hasn't really saved the government or taxpayers any money in the grand scheme of things.
And he lost.
Yes, exactly. That's always a useful reminder. Danny says we do have time for one more question, but this is the last one. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Tom Jackson. I think we have a fundamental problem in the basis of our laws of this land. When the Ten Commandments are no longer the basis of what we do, and then there's the common law, which I learned from my father-in-law, who one of the beginning members of the Reform Party, and that's do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and don't do to others what you wouldn't have them do unto you. Two wrongs don't make a right, and I think, John, you know that there's a whole list of them, right? You don't put things on the people without correctly getting the permission of the people to put the laws in place. And until we do basic reform, number one, to our law schools, no lawyer is even taught any of these anymore. No judge will even, I stood before the Federal Court of Appeal and they laughed me out for even bringing them up. And until we get back to a basic Christian fundamental standard that created our prosperity and the longevity of our people, I don't know how we as a people, if we won't take that challenge and make that step back to those primary reasons for why we as a community should exist. Lawyers and politicians aren't going to solve the problem if people's hearts aren't in the right place.
If you took a poll on the Ten Commandments individually without identifying them, I'm sort of worried about what you might get back.
But that's the problem, isn't it?
Honor your father and mother? No thanks.
Even the word mother and father.
Honor progenitor 1 and progenitor 2.
So, and what do the Jones have? Well, I want 2 of them. We're so envious, but greed's a major problem. Again, no accountability. Our justice system, like I say, it's more broken than our healthcare system. Those who need it don't get it. We need to go back to, like I want to say, the fundamental freedoms that need to be protected. It's our Constitution, not just our laws. We can change the laws, at a moment in Parliament, but the Constitution, to me, is really where we need to go back and write down what is protected and who's going to protect it, because right now our Constitution allows for the largesse to vote more from their neighbor, more from a corporation, more from somewhere else, and the free gifts are that intoxicating thing that voters seem to go for.
Coveting polls well.
I am a Christian libertarian, which generally means Christians and libertarians dislike me immensely. I will say that my knowledge and belief in Christianity is that people have free will to believe in God, to not believe in God, to sin and not sin, and these choices have consequences. And I'm always very leery of the argument of injecting a religious basis of any kind in how government crafts policy in the broadest sense. And I don't mean that a free-for-all would allow murder, for example, because it wouldn't, and there's reasons outside of religion, and I believe morality comes from God. But I guess I would say this: do you want government interpreting religious doctrine? Because I sure as heck don't. Not this one. And I see how a lot of Christians, or so-called Christians, interpret the Bible these days, and I'm very reticent to the fact that you could even get Christians on board, and I always fall back on liberty. And liberty, I think, and freedom is the most significant value, because it's the value that lets people like you and people like all of us in this room advocate for the Ten Commandments, whether they're interpreted as natural law by some people or as religious doctrine by others. And I think that certainly knowledge of it is critical. And I think that the one challenge is that if someone believes in the value of the Ten Commandments already, they don't need it codified in law. And if someone doesn't believe in them, the law isn't going to change that. And I think that the hearts and minds battle is so key on that. So we are at the end of our time. Do we have any closing thoughts from you two gentlemen before we go to dinner?
Shout break for dinner.
All right. Well, with that, thank you all so much for a wonderful day. We are going to be on our own for dinner in the literal sense, but, we're all together spiritually, I hope. And then we'll be socializing this evening. Any thoughts on your part, Danny, or are we just wrapping up?
See the vote? Who had to pay for dinner?
Oh, yeah. Take off your tie quickly if you don't want to pick up the dinner tab. Okay, so Danny just told you he's in room 916, so when the bill for dinner comes and it asks for your room number and name that you're signing it to, use that information as you will. But thank you all. Have a great evening. We'll see you this evening. We'll see you tomorrow, and it's been a pleasure.